All right, we are live today, and today is what is today? A Monday? I can't remember what the day is.
Monday the 24th. Oh wait, 24th?
Yep,
Oh my god,
24th. Yep, Monday the
I forgot to call my
24th.
Kobe.
And so this is Decoding with Cody, and I got some very special guests today. I'm very happy to have these guys join me today, and we're going to have one more guest trickle his way in here in a few. And to all my subscribers who normally watch me, you're going to get to see some new faces on here, and hopefully you guys enjoy, and hopefully we get some people over from their Instagrams because they both also have Instagrams. And the first guy I want to shout out here is Ball Don't Lie, or otherwise known as AJ, and he was the one who was amazing enough to help set this up. So big shout out to him. And he has a Instagram if you guys want to check that out. Ball Don't Lie at Instagram, right? And then we have Coincidence Yoey, or I guess Joey is his actual real name. And he also has an Instagram. So if you guys want to follow him, so we don't have a lot of YouTube channels on here to subscribe to today, but we have some Instagrams. And that's your Instagram on your handle there, right?
Yeah, at Coincidence. Yeah, at Coincidence Yoey. Yeah, so my real name is Joey, but my mother-in-law's Mexican, and she thinks everything's a coincidence. She say, "Ay, Yoey, it's a coincidence," and so that's how I got Coincidence Yoey.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Cool. So we got these two, and then we're gonna have Rambo from the Truth Code showing up, and you guys, for those of you who have been in the community for a while, you guys will remember Rambo from the Truth Codes. He used to have a YouTube channel, but now he has a Patreon, and he also has an Instagram. It's called the Truth Codes. And then one other thing that I want to start out by saying, that also, if you guys want to check out, again, make sure you guys go check out their Instagrams if you have. And also they have a, what's the name of the, can't remember the name of that thing. Winnable, yes. So they're going to show you guys in this video some examples of them just absolutely tearing it up in the sports world with the decodes. And over at Winnable, they basically show that every day, right? You guys go into the codes, you break it down, you find the code for the day, and then you basically kill it, right? So, and here's Rambo. Perfect timing.
Oh, there he is, Noonie.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, Rambo.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, great to have you. Great to have you, Rambo.
Yeah, Cody.
So this is.
Yeah. Now, I'm gonna say, Cody, my audience raves about you. I've just gotten constant, praises of you and people wanting me to be on with you. So I'm sure my audience will really appreciate this because most of my audience are big fans of yours.
Yeah, and it's just so funny because I've already seen so many people say it's so awesome that in my comments, just since I notified people that this was going to happen, there's been so many people that said, finally, we get Rambo on your channel. I was like, yeah, me and Rambo, we emailed a few times, me and Rambo, but we hadn't set anything up yet. But again, thanks to Ball Don't Lie for really getting this. It's actually just great to have a roundtable. I love these roundtables. I've thrown a few of them, and to get some new faces on here and some really amazing decoders like you, Rambo, and Joey and AJ. It's a great honor, and I really am so blessed to have you guys on. And so Rambo, I already shouted out you're the Truth Codes on Patreon and on Instagram, right?
Instagram, yep.
Okay, so I think I've went through all of the channels where you can find these guys. That was kind of the first thing I wanted to do. And the next thing I want to do is kind of allow you guys to, introduce yourselves a bit, and then kind of start getting into kind of what you guys want to talk about in the stream. Because I don't have a lot of a decode to talk about, to be honest. It actually allowed me to be a bit lazy today, having you guys on, because I knew you guys were going to do well to take care of the show. So I didn't actually have a decode prepared today. So
Cody,
AJ, if you want to
shame on you, Cody. You should have been prepared. No, I'm joking. Yeah. I'm just happy for any opportunity to be on another platform Just a little background about myself. I've built a Instagram page that came up to like just over 10,000 followers, which got locked out. And Cody, I told you that whole story on the back end about how funny of timing that was, the last post that I made, and everything that we're going to talk about today. It's just amazing. I got to shout out Joey. A quick thing about Rambo, of all people, is that everyone knows about Zach and this whole thing about gematria, which means geometry within language, letters and numbers, and how there's a lot of significant meaning with that. But Joey and I fell in love with Rambo the moment we came across his work. I mean, Rambo is truly, in my opinion, one of a kind. There's not another Rambo out there, even though we know that he's a twin and he's a Gemini.
Actually, there is another Rambo out there. Yeah, you're right.
Like no, twins are polarity. Twins are polarity. That's what the twin pillar. It's polarity. Believe me.
And you're a Gemini.
Yes, and I'm a Gemini.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
We're polarity.
So, yeah.
You know who else is a Gemini, Joey?
Who? Cody? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You know who else is a Gemini?
So
Derek. Right. So yeah, Cody, can you do your little bit about the whole Gemini thing we just talked about?
Yeah, of course. So because I'm a Gemini and because Rambo's a Gemini, and what's amazing is that he's also a twin, and I knew that because, and Rambo will know who I'm talking about, Bobby Simpson, who I am always in contact with. I know that you're also in contact with Rambo also, and I believe Bobby is also a twin, and he's a Gemini, and he's one of the brilliant decoders in this community as well that most people don't even know. He goes by Casey Jones Astrology on YouTube, but so he's a Gemini, and then I'm a Gemini, and of course, Mr. Derek Gematrinator, who is one of my tag team partners a lot on this channel, he is also a Gemini. So
and Joseph Aquaviva.
And Joseph, yes, exactly, and he's in the chat too, actually. Joseph.
Yeah,
Joseph is in the chat.
Gemini.
And one thing I told Cody when we were talking about this was, so I'm a Pisces, right? One thing Rambo and I have been talking about with the Super Bowl. This is so to set the stage of kind of what we're going to talk about. It kind of goes back to the Super Bowl, but obviously it was way before that. But one thing that Rambo knows about me, I was born on the Ides of March 15th. And when we started talking about what we're seeing in the mainstream versus just kind of like self-alignment, like how is this falling in line with me? And I'm not trying to make it about me. It's crazy. The Ides of March, the stabbing of Caesar. The Super Bowl just so happens to take place at Caesar's Superdome, right? This year. And as I'm watching it, I see Cooper DeJean, and that's kind of where it all started with me and this whole flag stuff. And this is kind of a part two with me and Rambo and Donut last week, just talking about all of the flag stuff, and then Rambo threw in some incredible stuff that's going to just blow your mind even a week later. So I just want to say, Cody, you're thanking me for kind of putting this together. I'm thanking you for offering up your platform. I want to thank Rambo and Joey for making themselves available pretty last minute, right? Like this was a kind of an impromptu thing, but I'm really excited and happy that we were able to make this happen. But what I was going to say about back to the Gemini thing, I'm a Pisces, and the Pisces sign is the revolving fish, right? There's two fish that essentially mirror each other. And Rambo, I don't know if I ever shared this with you. I might have, but I just told Cody this offline that when I was born and when I grew up, my parents always told me that I was supposed to be a twin. They always told me that my mother was pregnant with two children and only one made it, which was me. So I feel like right there, boom, it's like I have that Gemini in me too. And someone in the chat even said we're all Geminis in a way, right? So anyway.
Yeah.
So really, for me, I got to put it out there because my connection is I'm a Capricorn. But I'm born, let's see, Cody, you're so good. My birthday is 12/29. So what prime is that?
Oh, yeah, 201.
Yep. And for me, my whole life, because I used to do a sports talk radio show out here in Los Angeles for 5 years. And here I am in Los Angeles doing a show, and what I was most famous for, everybody knew. It was my claim to fame. When I did live shows, everybody knew my hatred of Kobe Bryant, and everything in my life has been connected to Kobe. My dad, who passed away a long time ago, his birthday is on 8/24. Kobe wore 8 and 24. Kobe Bryant Day is 8/24. I did a show with Larry Johnson, the football player. He's got a big platform. We tried for a year and a half to do a show, and then the one day that we finally came on was August 24th. So yeah, that's it. I'm only a Capricorn, but yeah, somebody said before in the comments, "Hey, is this just going to be about sports?" So my answer would be, the topic is sports, but the way everything ties in together in this galaxy. I love Rambo so much. And Rambo, to this day, Rambo, all the great things you've done, the St. Peter's call as a 16-point underdog was because of the twins, right? There was a twin on the team, right? Now that I think about it.
On Peacock Day.
Yeah, on Peacock Day, and there was a plane crash from China with a peacock on it. So yeah. Rambo, I told Rambo, he made me look so good because back then he was only on TFR, and I told everybody about Rambo. I still gave him credit for it, but I went on, you guys, they're going to lose. The Peacocks, the biggest upset is coming, and they crushed Purdue. And then Rambo's like, oh, that's it. They're not going to go anymore. And they got lost to Duke by 60 the next game. So, yeah, so it's just, I guess it's about sports, but it's much more than sports.
Yeah, and I wanted to answer those questions a bit, too, because a lot of my subscribers, as you guys know, because my subscribers are used to a little bit less sports, but a lot of my subscribers don't realize that I love sports, and I always have. And I grew up in a sports family, and I just don't decode sports as much because I don't bet. And a lot of the reasons I don't bet is because I don't even live in the United States, or at least right now I don't. So I don't really, I think maybe I can get a VPN and do it, but I just haven't done it. I'm more focused on the money side of things. I do more crypto decoding, and I'm in crypto and stuff, but as far as the sports go, I love sports. But again, Joey answered it perfectly. Rambo and me and everyone here, we're going to talk about sports, but sports are just a level of this. Sports are just they're the most obvious thing because they happen every day, right? Every day you can get a sports decode, and it ties into what's going on in the politics. It ties into what's going on in the whatever else you can come up with. It's tying in, right? So I think that's the reason that these guys specifically, they like to focus on sports every day because they have something to look at every day and a pattern to follow every day. And yeah, I think that what you said, Joey, was perfect because Rambo, he'll be able to bring in the astrology and me too. I'm not the astrologer that Rambo is, but I've certainly been learning a lot over the years. So
yeah, so I want to clarify. I don't talk about. I'm not a sports channel. And I don't bet either. So I guess I'm more like you. I do not focus on sports, but yes, you'll see I'm constantly doing decodes with sports. And this is what I say, even if you may not be a sports fan, at least the decodes that I do, hopefully I demonstrate that basically, I'd say the building blocks of the matrix, if you want to make that analogy for the world we live in, apply to the entire matrix. And sports is an intrinsic part of that because of the mass human emotion and psychic energy that gets concentrated in an area which is prime for magic and for influencing the world around us. So you can't avoid sports simply because of, even if you're not a sports fan, you can at least understand why it's so emphasized. It is such a powerful conduit of human energy. But just to be clear, I'm not a sports fan. I don't bet. And I make predictions once in a while because what I do is I look at an overarching ritual. And I mean, what I'll present today, which has to do with I'll at least present the February 17th, 2025 upside down plane landing by a Delta flight 4819 in Toronto, Canada. Now that's just regular news, has nothing to do with sports, but I show how Like the flight number 4819 has everything to do with sports. Not that I'm into sports. I just look objectively. I know that everything's connected. And I'll show, well, even if you're not into sports, that flight number ties into sports. And why do we keep going back to sports with these things? Again, it's because of the energy that it draws from you. Even if you may not be a sports fan, sports in general just draws that human energy.
And if I could build upon that, right, to echo kind of what Joey was saying, right? Rambo made Joey look really good on Peacock Day. And it was because of things that the vast majority of people are not aware of. The vast majority of people. And sometimes it is as simple as the Peacocks win on Peacock Day, right? But there's, as we know, with everything that Rambo brought to us beyond that, it was overwhelming. And we saw that come to fruition, right? We have so many examples just in the time that we've known Rambo, where he's just sharing his observations. And I emphasized that last week with Donut. Hey, we're just sharing observations, you guys. And although Rambo isn't necessarily a sports fan, I grew up a sports fan. I am a basketball nut. Joey has his own story about his connections with sports. So Joey and I, that's how we linked. We're sports fanatics. But then as soon as we understood and saw some crazy examples about how the sports we've been watching our whole lives have been essentially that. I know, Joey, you hate the word scripted, and I'm not hinting at, that this is all scripted. It's just unbelievable how what's happening in sports that has been really capturing my attention for so long, to then now look at it in a different lens and how it really perfectly coincides with what's happening in every other part of the world outside of sports, and how it just keeps, it's all connected, right? Like Rambo said. So, yeah, with this, I feel like this live's going to be a little off the cuff. My thought on this was essentially considering this a part 2 with Rambo, with what you and I were sharing with Donut last week. And the biggest part of what you were really emphasizing was that upside down plane crash. And you've mentioned that you could write a whole book, an endless book that will never end, about the Hanged Man and the upside down symbolism. So I thought I would maybe start with Rambo. Like, if you can maybe start with that, why is this date so important? And then what I'll do later is I'll just kind of add to it of just this past week, you guys. What Rambo and I shared last week to today, you're going to see several examples about how this is continuing to come to fruition as we're making observations together. So,
AJ, if you don't mind, because you guys have the 2 presentations, I have the least to say, but I just want to show everybody a quick example, and
Sure.
also I only have like another 40 minutes. So here's the only thing that I want to say, guys, that all of this stuff is predetermined. It's sometimes it's a play on words. So Elgin Baylor I think it was 3 years ago. Elgin Baylor dies the day the tournament starts, and then next thing you know, Baylor University wins for the first time in 70 years. So
Joey, he died at age 86.
Go ahead. Yep. Oh,
he died at 86 years old.
Yep.
On the Skull and Bones date 322. I wouldn't expect a ton of people to know. Cody's done great work on it. We all have. But in case you didn't know, 322, number of Skull and Bones, the Brotherhood of Death. Anyways, yeah, he died at age 86. And then 2 weeks later in the final, Baylor wins with 86 points.
That's what it was, yeah.
This is the kind of stuff that we're going to touch on today.
So, and then for me, I'm this, like I said, I grew up playing sports my whole life. So it's just, it's sad for me to accept. It was really hard for me to accept that all of these sports, they use magic. That's why I love Rambo so much. They use witchcraft. They use sorcery. So George Foreman, who I've covered, I've gone to boxing fights. I stood in an elevator with him when Riddick Bowe fought Evander Holyfield. So George Foreman dies on the eve of Skull and Bones 322. This just is mind blowing, you guys. So I thought North Carolina was going to win it all. So with 40 teams left, George Foreman dies, and they don't die because I don't even think they're human. He dies on a Friday night. And on that day, before Gonzaga, so George Foreman's from Georgia. He's from Houston. His name is George, but all of his kids' names are George. Georgia, George. Gonzaga University beats Georgia in the first round. And then listen to this. It's just, how can you not think that this stuff, how can you think this is a coincidence? George Foreman. So now I'm going with Houston, University of Houston. That's where George Foreman lived his whole life. Houston University beats Gonzaga. Gonzaga just beat Georgia, right? The final score, you guys, was 81-76. The day after George Foreman dies, George Foreman had 81 fights. And you guys know 81 is the number. Kobe Bryant scored 81 points. Mark of the Beast is 81 in Gematria. They scored 81 points. The other team had 76. George Foreman's record was 76-5. It can't be a coincidence. We see it all the time. AJ and I picked the Dodgers to win in 5 games. They put a snake in the dugout. AJ has a book, Snake in the Dugout. They put a snake because Bryant's known as a Black Mamba. Kobe scores 81 points. And the only time the Dodgers played the Yankees in the World Series, or actually the last time, was 1981. Fernando Valenzuela is sacrificed the day before the World Series starts. So that's all I'm trying to say, guys. AJ and I we're on Winnable. We give out picks. It's $10 a day. And all of this stuff, it's fixed. It's all day, every day. None of these games are left to chance. They control everything. That's all I'm going to say. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Yeah, and hey, I guess to piggyback off of that, and I think this is going to be a great stage to set for what Rambo's about to educate us on. Hey, Cody, is it okay if I share my screen really quick? Or
yeah.
if anything, yeah. If
Go ahead, share it. Yeah, and Joseph's pointing out his daughter Frida Foreman died 222 days after George Foreman's birthday, or after her birthday, I guess. And George Foreman equals 222.
He has a daughter, Frida, yeah, and all the rest of his kids are named George. It's crazy. After George, Georgiana, and then Gonzaga, the team that Houston knocks out, is Georgia. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's so obvious that like it could just come up and smack you in the face. So it's so obvious,
Yeah, and remember remember the Ukraine war, that Ukraine's flags are blue and yellow. Every single team that wears blue and yellow won the championship that year. Golden State Warriors. Yeah. So a lot of stuff they do with the numbers, and a lot of stuff which I focus on, they do with symbolism.
Hey Cody, right. Can you see my screen?
I can see it. I thought it's for some. Hold on a second. I got something's not working here. Oh, I guess I gotta take mine down. Hold on. There you go. Can you see it?
Yeah. So, I have the slide open on my end. Hold on, if I just click and check. Yeah. No, I just want to make sure you guys can see what I'm referring to, and what that is a slide, essentially a screenshot of us having a perfect night in the NHL yesterday. And I would say half of this is Rambo and the other half is me. And this goes back to just offline conversations that Rambo and I have been talking about just this week alone in light of everything. And I just want to make sure that you guys can see, like, have the visual that I can refer to. Are you guys seeing my screen? Or
yeah, I can see it. I see you guys killed it last night in hockey.
Yeah, so look at this, you guys. Look at this. So with everything that Rambo was emphasizing, I was all about the flag last week, talking about all the flag connections. Got it. And we're going to touch on how Rambo's stuff and my stuff are coming to a head, a collision, if you will, pun intended, with everything. But check this out, you guys. Rambo said himself that this whole upside down plane crash that happened on Michael Jordan's birthday cannot be ignored. And there's a lot here, but you guys just got to remember, it's really simple connections. It's just a lot of very simple connections. So I can understand why it could get overwhelming for people. But point being, Rambo had been talking about and looking out for teams that could potentially hit that 4819 number, because this was flight number 4819 that crashed. So if I can blow that up, the headline here, what people are saying, date, yeah. Update on Delta 4819. So if you guys aren't familiar with that story, go check it out. Here's the thing. Rambo told me, he said, hey, and I'm pretty sure you touched on it last week with Donut. You said, hey, that there is a potential that the Jets of all teams in the NHL, the Jets of all teams have a potential to drop to 48-19. The challenge with that is that the Jets are a really good team. They just so happen to be on a little bit of a cold stretch right now. And sure enough, as Rambo predicted, the Jets dropped to 48-19. They were upset by the Buffalo Sabres. And shout out Cody, you sent me that funny Sabres image.
I gotta try to pull that image up in a minute so I can show them how that's super.
Just tee that up, and then we'll show like what we're talking about. Point being is that there was a lot of value on the Sabres, meaning they had no business winning that game, especially in the Jets arena at home. And that's what happened. And then on top of that, I pointed out to Rambo, I said, hey, if you look at the schedule of the date of that game, the Jets game, there's one other game playing at that exact same time. And it just so happens to be the Philadelphia Flyers and the Chicago Blackhawks, right? So I was able to dive deeper into that game and see how, well, if the Blackhawks win, the Blackhawk helicopter, you guys, this all goes back to before the upside down plane crash. The biggest news story of the year to kick off 2025 was when a Black Hawk helicopter collided into an American Eagle plane. And that happened in Washington, D.C. And then now you have the flight 4819 upside down, which happened later. And now, in other words, we're just showing you how we're making observations and we're seeing potential outcomes. And this could not be more perfect to show that there's alignment with just the name of the teams. The Flyers versus the Blackhawks are playing the same time that the Jets drop to 48-19. And we have this upside down playing 48-19 on Michael Jordan's birthday, Mr. Chicago, right? How it all comes full circle. So that's my bit there.
Yeah. So I'll just take it there for 1 second, then we'll let Rambo chime in. But so what I was going to bring up was, so look at this, guys. Again, as he just mentioned, flight 4819 flipped over, and then you have the Jets becoming 48-19 right here against the Sabres, right? And that's a sword. And here's Trump at his inauguration with the saber, with the plane 4819 flips upside down. Now, this was at Trump's inauguration, and how many days was it from, let me just type it in here real fast. From Trump's inauguration to the day of this game yesterday, I think it was yesterday, 3/23. It was, or was it yesterday?
Yesterday was 3/23, yeah.
Okay, what was it, 5 months and 3 days from what? Do you remember what that thing I showed you yesterday was?
5 months would have been October.
Let me go back in my Discord, because do you notice how the score? I'm just trying to make this point, because you guys notice how the score was 3-5 for the Jets, right? And I mentioned this in my Discord. That's why I got to go back and see what it was that I wrote.
Well, Cody, you know what's funny? Chicago equals 35. So as this is happening, the Jets drop, losing 3-5 in the game, and then Chicago beats the Flyers, right? So
okay, yeah, that's a good point too. The 35, but look at this: 35 days after the 48-19 flips over, you get the playing team losing 3-5 and becoming 48-19. And this connects with Trump holding the saber, and the Sabres are the ones who beat the Jets. And Trump is holding
and
the
what's
saber.
in the background, right? The flag, right? So
yep, there's the flag.
Born on Flag Day.
I found it. Yeah.
And I would be remiss to say, if guys, one thing we all know here, I hope everybody in the chat knows here, that there was no plane crash. There was no, everything was staged. Even the woman grabbing the girl's ass and pushing her out. Do you guys remember that? How funny that was? But getting back to Rambo, who I love the most, and we all adore Rambo. How much? Because Rambo knows they use the cosmos up there, how they work their magic. They always, all these recording artists have songs about magic, but the way it was turned upside down, they don't even film these things. The school shootings, it's not even filmed on the same day, guys. And I told everybody 10 minutes, I went live 10 minutes after the crash. And I said, guys, I'll give $1,000, just like I've offered $10,000 to anybody that can offer me a video of Kobe Bryant, black smoke in the skies of Calabasas that day because there's no helicopter crash. I said, I'll give $1,000 if somebody can show me a video, because we've all taken plane rides, right? Somebody's always recording the landing and the taking off, when they come down. I said, we won't see one video of the plane landing from somebody inside the plane. And of course, here we are, I don't know how many days later. So there was no plane crash, you guys. It was all set up and staged for the rituals that AJ and Rambo are about to talk to you guys about.
Yeah. And I just want to point out too, that's a great point to reinforce that, because, most of this, all this stuff is just, it's just high ritual magic, right? And
100%.
And so I did want to point out too, notice behind Trump, you got the dress where Melania is wearing a dress that looks like she's wearing a black snake. I mean, what else is that squiggly little line on her dress? And of course, Kobe was the black mamba, which is a black snake. And I came to find out that Melania is actually from a town in Slovenia, which has a river that runs through it, that snakes through it. It's actually known for that. And so, yeah, I mean, definitely some snake symbolism there, some plane, some saber, some flag, all you need right there.
Yeah, and Cody, that you could just do a quick Google search, just type in Donald Trump the Snake. And he's read a poem called The Snake, right? So he's associated himself with the snake. Kobe Bryant, clearly the Black Mamba, has associated himself with the snake. Donald Trump is aligned with Kobe with the helicopter. That was another thing that Rambo and I talked about last week, is that there's always a helicopter behind Donald Trump, right? Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash. And then shout out Aquaviva pointing out that, the Eagles and the Commanders faced each other, right? This is the final game before the Super Bowl. You have Philadelphia, home of the United States flag, playing against, once again, you got to think about just the odds of this. The Philadelphia Eagles, home of the flag, are playing Washington, of all teams, and they keep Washington on that 666 number. There's a lot to be said about that. But my point is just keep that in mind about the snake, Trump, helicopters, and plane crashes. I think, to keep it simple, if you keep that in mind, you're going to start seeing how connected all of this is. So.
And AJ, while we're on the cover, on the subject of snakes, tell everybody there's 365 days in the year. What day did Kobe Bryant's father die, AJ? National.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, on Snake Day. And so I mean, to plug myself for a second, you guys, I have 10 books. Okay, I got 10 books on this stuff. I will give it to anybody who wants it for free, just find a means to reach out to me. Give me a follow on my new Instagram page. Follow me on YouTube. I don't do this to sell books. I do this to document what I'm seeing and show it through and through over and over again. And yeah, I guess really quick, the last thing I'll say is another example of what Joey and I do on Winnable. You guys think it's a coincidence that there was a snake found in the Mets? I just so happen to be wearing it's actually it says Meats on it. That's the funny part. By the way, Kobe was a Mets fan. And then you have the LA Dodgers have a snake in their dugout against the Mets. The moment that happened, I got to work on that book. and Joey and I were like, dude, it's happening. Like the Dodgers got this locked in. Not to mention Shohei Ohtani. He goes from one LA team to the other LA team. He has the Japan connection. Where does the name Kobe come from? Kobe beef? Kobe, Japan, which was founded on April 1st, 4-1. Kobe Bryant in Gematria, 41. He died at 41. He walked off the court of the final game, go look it up, with 4.1 seconds left on the clock, and then he ends up dying in a helicopter crash.
And don't forget, guys, Shohei Ohtani won his first World Series ring. Game number 666 after Kobe Bryant's fake death crash.
In other words, once Kobe died, Shohei Ohtani, if you counted the amount of games that Shohei has played after Kobe's death, Shohei Ohtani is sitting on 666 total games from when he won the World Series, right after the snake is in the Dodgers dugout against the Mets. And go look it up. Kobe was a Mets fan.
And don't forget Shohei Ohtani, supposedly, you guys remember, he slid into second base and separated his shoulder. So they said, Shohei Ohtani might be out for the series, but all of that was bullshit because he had to play every game to win his first World Series, Game 5, like AJ and I called it, because that was October 30th, which is 13. They love the number 13. Gianna was 13. So he had to have played every single game for him to win his first World Series ring. 666 days after January 26th, 2020, the date Kobe Bryant's fake crash. And it was a fake crash because AJ and I took our followers there. We went to the crash site. It's not even the same crash site where they reported on the news. No black smoke anywhere. And now I can't wait for Rambo. I'm not saying another word.
Okay. Yeah, we'll let Rambo get in there now because I know Rambo's probably got some stuff he can add into
mind blowing.
Yeah, I don't know how to screen share. How do I screen share? I mean, hopefully.
There is in the StreamYard section, there is a place where you can select share screen somewhere. I think it's on
present. So Rambo, if you go to the StreamYard and you see all of us in the shared screen right now that Cody has, at the very bottom, I see 5 icons. One of them says present.
Yeah. Okay.
So
it's present.
If you click present, then it's going to ask you what window, do you want to share the whole screen or do you want to show just one window? And then once you select that, I think you hit OK or something. And then all Cody has to do is just accept.
Yeah, that's right. And so we'll wait. Do you see that, Rambo? Do you see the present button?
Yeah, I'm pressing screen share.
I'm pretty sure it either says screen share or present, and then you have to just select what screen you want to share, and then.
Yeah, Rambo. So I'm going to walk it through with you. So I'm clicking present. The next options are slides and PDFs, video file, image file, and then right at the very bottom is share screen. Then when you hit share screen, you just click share screen again. And then from there, I'm seeing a Chrome tab, and then where I can select any window I have open on Chrome. Or I could go to the window tab and share a particular window of my monitor. or I can select share screen or entire screen, excuse me. And then once you select that, you can hit the share button.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, mine is just going in all sorts of weird directions. It says screen sharing tips.
Yeah, so just click share screen right after that.
Yeah.
With the tips, just click share screen.
And now I'm getting, it's not what you get. Chrome tab, window, entire, okay. Window.
So you see that. So just go to entire screen and then and then hit share. That should do it.
Yeah, the share button won't light up. It wants me to do, okay, it's getting all technical. There's some stuff I have to configure with this computer and able to do that. I guess
No worries. Hey, Cody, would you be okay with driving and just kind of pulling up anything that Rambo wanted to share with us visually?
I mean, I actually put up I just put up a post. So my latest post is actually what I was going to look at.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Cody, can you just jump into Rambo's Patreon and just pull up his latest post and then just screen share on your end?
Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay. I'll just go to.
By the way, you guys, if you guys aren't familiar with Rambo, you seriously need to look in the mirror. And I say that because Rambo is a gem. He's about to blow your socks off with this. And this is where you can find Rambo. The fact that he only charges $5 a month, $5 a month. This is the type of information that you can have access to just start learning, because Rambo is one of the greatest educators that I've ever met. And the fact that he's just charging $5 a month, consider what you spend $5 a day on, So shout out Rambo.
Yeah, thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, no, we're here because we see it, and the fact that you humble yourself so much to just $5 for an entire month is just amazing. So please subscribe to the Truth Codes.
I think most people just can't afford it anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, but those same people are probably paying $8 at Starbucks every day to go to work. You know what I mean? So
that's the thing. They want their Starbucks. I mean, honestly, yeah, most people just won't pay more than that, if I'm completely honest.
It's the best, honestly, it's the best value ever. Like the stuff that you learn. If you guys, here's what I always tell everybody. When people ask me, what's the first thing, how do I learn about this? Where can I go to open my eyes, open my friends' eyes? I tell them the Truth Codes, Patreon with Rambo. His video presentations are amazing. He breaks everything down, and it's just undeniable. Like, every time I watch something, it's better than the video before. Every time I think it can't get better, it always gets better. And then I'm like, oh, this is going to be the top, and then it gets better.
You put a lot of pressure on me.
It's I mean, look at the comments. I mean, just you're amazing, Rambo.
I guess it's my turn. I mean, let me just give my take on Rambo now real fast. Is, when I first got into this community in 2020, I found Zach first, of course, and then I think Rambo came along. I don't know how long. I think you were that's probably around the time you started, doing TFR with Zach, wasn't it, Rambo, around 2020?
Yeah, I started that, I think 2018, I think. Yeah, 2018.
Oh, 2018. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I remember when I would watch TFR every week, which was Zach's daily or weekly show, Rambo was always my favorite part. And I always really enjoyed, that part of the stream. And I always wanted to get to that part of the stream.
Me too.
But yeah, it was it was always amazing. And then when he created his own channel, I always watched your videos, Rambo. And it was always.
And Cody, really quick, you were shouting me out for kind of just getting Rambo in the room with us. I can't take credit for that, because in that moment when Rambo disappeared on TFR, I texted Joey and I go, oh my God, they took down Rambo's channel. Holy smokes. Where am I going to find Rambo again? Because Rambo's a very difficult person to, get in touch with. And we're so blessed to have that connection with him. But ultimately, I would never have any connection with Rambo without Joey. because Joey goes, "Oh yeah, no, he took it down himself."
Yeah, I hunted his ass down, man.
Yeah, and I was like, "How do you know that?" And he goes, "I just talked to him," and and it just blew my mind that Joey and Rambo even had each other's numbers. So I'm so thankful, and I know Cody, you're thankful. It's a roll up of thankfuls, and we're all here for the same reason.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Well, I should clarify why I took down my channel. It's because I started getting hit with energy weapons, which I'm being hit with right now. But not just any weapons, but earthquake technology, EMF, and earthquake technology, which hasn't stopped. And I didn't know what to do. I'd never. There's no one you can call or get advice on. You can't call the authorities because they're the ones doing it. So I didn't know what to do. It was just like a preservation thing. So I took the channel down. But that's the reason I did it. It's because. Also having gang stalking. The gang stalking is one thing, but the energy weapons was, I actually thought like, this is unbearable. I didn't think, how am I gonna, almost unlivable. But I've learned to adapt by various means. But that's the reason. I didn't know what to do. I started getting EMF attacks and earthquake, which I never even heard of anyone being subjected to that. They can make the location you're in shake, which is what they do with me. They still do it to a lesser extent. I used to live in a detached house, and they made the entire house shake for hours at varying intensities. So things like that. The gang stalking, which is continued, it's intensified. What it does is it validates my work. And so far I've survived it. But that's the reason I shut the channel down. In fact, at one point I was considering shutting down Patreon and everything altogether.
Oh no!
Yeah, so
no, I did
consider that a warning, you guys. Just being associated with Rambo, you might be accustomed to all of this. That's a very loose joke, but Rambo, like what you're going through, yes, it 1,000,000%, 1,000,000% validates the work that you do. That's why you are such a gem to all of us, and we appreciate you doing what you have to do to continue to get the word out to people that do see the value in it. And that's why I think that these types of roundtables are so valuable.
And it's not just in New York. When I leave the state, they follow me out of the state. I mean, don't follow me. They're there already. It doesn't matter where I go. I mean, New York is the belly of the beast. It's called the Empire State for a reason. But it doesn't get. They don't ease up when I leave the States. It really doesn't matter where in the United States. Probably other countries would happen as well. I haven't tried to fly recently. I don't even know if I'm even. I might be on a no-fly list for all I know.
Rambo, do not get in an airplane, please. With everything we're about to talk about, please do not. If there's anything I ask of you, do not get into an airplane or a helicopter. Please do not travel via flight.
Yeah, I didn't know that, but it is weird because sometimes I get some weird, like, I don't know if I'm getting hit, but because right now I'm in Bosnia, so I don't think I'm getting hit by anything now. But in Germany, sometimes I feel really bad for some reason. I never felt so bad as I did sometimes when I was in Germany, because that's where my girlfriend lives. And that's the reason I left the United States. To be honest, I don't like the United States so much. So, I mean, but I am near where the Bavarian Illuminati was founded. So in fact, I've been to the building where they say that's where it was founded, and I can't go in there, but I mean to do a live stream someday and just show you guys what it looks like. It's nothing special. It's just they say this is where the Illuminati was founded. It's just a building, and
if I can throw one little gem in there, we're going to talk more about college basketball and March Madness going back to last week. There's a reason why the Final Four in the championship is taking place in San Antonio, which is founded on the same day as the Illuminati, which is also the same day as Gianna Bryant's birthday. Gianna Bryant was born on Illuminati's birthday, and of course she perished with Kobe. So,
and of course, my last reminder, in case people are new here, Game 6. First of all, I have a daughter who's 16. I've never in my life before 2020 heard of a father-daughter day. Never heard of it. So when Kobe Bryant, who was 41, and Gianna died in the fake helicopter crash, Kobe was 41, Gianna was 13, and wouldn't you know it that LeBron James Game 6 when they won the title and they beat the Miami Heat when they burned up. Remember, LeBron played 41 minutes and 13 seconds. That's impossible to stop the clock, and mankind cannot do it, you guys. So
that's a magic trick.
Yeah, I mean, because the ball in basketball, you can only stop the clock when the ball is dead. After a timeout,
Joey, the way I look at it is yeah, like if you and I were to sit down and literally timestamp like every second, if it hit perfectly, it wouldn't shock me. But my point is who's not to say that when the game's over, someone just punches in 48-13. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, but anyways, yeah.
All right, Rambo, we'll let you.
Let's go, Rambo.
Is this what you wanted me to pull up for you?
Yeah, you can just scroll through it.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right.
Yeah, so that's the title. Ciphers and Archetypes. That's the subtitle of my channel, because the premise of my channel is that the world, I mean, whatever you want to call it, the matrix, whatever this world is, and it's not a realm of. It's a realm of limitation. Let's just say it's a 3-dimension. Our spirits are multidimensional, and this is a limited realm, and we're here temporarily, but we don't die. But we're here temporarily. Our true selves don't die, and while we're here, I guess it's a challenging place, and that's what we're here for, to, I guess, meet the challenge. And for some of us, like this community, we have questions about this realm, and that's what my channel does. It asks those philosophical questions. What is this place? Who are we? Why are we here? Where are we headed? And how much autonomy can we have here? How much free will can we express here? Those are the basic, I guess, philosophical questions. But as far as the makeup of this, whatever this realm is, the mystery elements, I say things like astrology, gematria, the number, letter coding, language, symbolism. Symbols have vibrations, numbers have vibrations, letters have vibrations. Things like astrology, the stars, whatever they are, they influence this. And I show some of the patterns, but I don't claim to have the answers. But those philosophical questions are, I guess, I'd say would be the underpinnings of, I guess, the whole, mission statement of my channel. I hope that wasn't too wordy. I thought a little wordy there, but so flight 4819. And like I said, even if you're not a sports fan, you can appreciate this, because the esoteric basis for this is, it's the esoteric basis for geopolitical and social events in general, including popular culture. And I stress here the tarot, particularly. The tarot actually originated in ancient Egypt, but the symbols were not the same. So now the symbols you see now are westernized. What Western mystery traditions did was take the ancient Egyptian knowledge and they preserved it to their credit. But the images in ancient Egypt didn't look like this, but they had the same vibration. You'll see in various tarot decks, they don't have the exact same image for every deck, but I like to use a Rider-Waite just because it's the most popular, recognizable. But different images can carry the same vibration. Now you'll see in the thumbnail there's a bat for the Hanged Man tarot card. And the Hanged Man tarot card, for whatever reason, from my observation, manifests in, again, this is not just sports and everything. The reason we keep going back to sports is because of how much human psychic energy it concentrates. So a lot of those who follow my work are familiar already with a lot of the details of this, but I'll go over it. I'll just show what led up to, I guess it was Sunday's game. So on March 23rd, that was 2025, that's when the Buffalo Sabres, that's the National Hockey League, so they're from Buffalo, New York, they defeated the Winnipeg Jets, which is a big upset. They're literally, I think, the 4th worst team, the Buffalo Sabres, in the NHL. The Jets are one of the best teams and one of the favorites to win the Stanley Cup. So it was a pretty big upset. And the favorites, the top team, the Jets, were at home on top of that. And on top of that, the fourth worst team, the Sabres, they were playing back-to-back games. This is the second game of back-to-back games on the road. They played the day before. They just played Saturday. They're playing Sunday again. They're already one of the worst teams in the home of one of the best teams. Oh, they pulled off the upset. I predicted it. I predicted it, not that game per se. I just predicted that they'd eventually hit a record of 4-8-1-9. That's not including ties. So they tied 4 games. Nonetheless, okay, so this is the game. It was March 23rd, 2025. And I think 23 is significant here, the 23rd, because that is Michael Jordan's number. Flight 4819 that overturned, which, I mean, how often, whenever have you heard of a plane flipping upside down? You've never heard of it. There are millions of flights. It's never happened. I don't know. Some unique circumstances happened on February 17th, which is Michael Jordan's birthday. Michael Jordan famously wore jersey number 23. It was on runway 23 on Michael Jordan's birthday, and his 62nd birthday. If you'll see the thumbnail picture here, you'll see the
and Rambo.
Yep.
Rambo, sorry to interrupt, but the 62 really got me because I did a decode on Michael Jordan on Pi Day, and Michael Jordan turned 62 years, 26 days old that day, and that day had different date numerologies of 62 and 26. And what I found out too was actually Michael Jordan was born 26 years and 62 days after Pope Francis, which is exactly 314 weeks. And then Michael Jordan would go on to turn 62 years and 26 days on Pi Day 314, the blood moon. And that was just wild. And then the 62 really gets me because that measurement I just did a while ago from Trump's inauguration with the cake and the sword to that game was 62 days. And then, or maybe you already said that in there, but airplane crash actually equals 62. So I just wanted to add that real fast because it really got me to that 62 there.
No, thanks for adding that. I didn't have airplane crash, but I'll do the 62. 62 is a major number here. So thanks for adding your observations. And Michael Jordan is at the center of all of this. Again, this is why I say sports is that important. These sports figures, just like other celebrities, political, presidents and kings, queens, prime ministers, actors, they're the ones who are in the public consciousness. They affect the human, primarily unconsciousness, that's what's most influential in determining thoughts and actions on unconscious level.
And hey, Rambo, really quick, I had a close buddy of mine ask me kindly yesterday. He just said, "Hey, what am I missing about why Michael Jordan?" And I know you're going to have a lot more to say about this, but for me, what I want to emphasize is that he is Air Jordan. Okay, Air Jordan, Flight. He has a whole business with Nike called Flight, right? So that right there, it's staring right in front of your face, you guys. Air Jordan. An airplane flips upside down on Jordan's birthday. So that for me, I just wanted to make sure that people aren't seeing this, even just the simplest connections with what you're pointing out and Michael Jordan. Why Michael? He's Air Jordan.
And the one thing I want to add, a couple of people have asked about where's our YouTube channel. I need to make one of these days, but I'm on Instagram at Coincidence Yoey. And for me, guys, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, whoever you're watching at the Academy Awards, I know you guys love gematria, and I love gematria, but I also focus on many of these guys, and I've showed it on so many videos. You can go to my page. They're shapeshifters. They have reptilian blood. Tupac Shakur, Michael Jordan. You go to my page. So if it's somebody that they want you to idolize, they are not of human. They might have a little bit of human in them, but I'm telling you guys, their DNA is not purely human. So when you say why Michael Jordan, why is he so idolized? And Rambo has done things with the group. What's the name of the group? Alan Parsons Project, and why the Chicago Bulls came out of to that song. What was the name of the song, Rambo?
Serious.
I forget that.
Serious.
Yeah, Serious. And also, and Rambo actually made a special video for me because I said, Rambo, you got to check out why the Chicago Bulls drafted Horace Grant, and he wore goggles. That was one of my favorite videos. Anyways, Rambo, going back to that. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, so the answer to why Michael Jordan is because of the Star Series, but that's kind of off the topic here. I can address that, but
I mean, Rambo, just one quick thing. Sirius is one of my favorite topics, so I did want to get into that with you at least a little bit, because I think, like you, actually it was Bobby Simpson who got me onto Sirius, and ever since then, I just did a decode a few weeks ago about the Montauk Project and the belief that the Syrians live on Mars and all this different stuff. But yeah, Sirius is definitely a topic that I would like to talk about with you, Rambo, specifically. But
yeah,
we can
I know we're mutual friends with Bobby Simpson, and yeah, we've talked about Sirius a lot. That's one of our favorite subjects as well, Sirius. I love talking about Sirius. And I didn't know about that Syrians living on Mars. That's really interesting.
And they love
the Montauk Project. It comes from the Philadelphia experiment, which is why I believe that the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles is Sirianni. And it's also why I believe that Cody Rhodes, the WWE wrestler, beat Roman Reigns, who is a Sirius symbol. If you go back and watch one of my favorite videos on my channel is the Roman Reigns Sirius video. Roman Reigns is a symbol for Sirius, and there's no doubt about it.
That's on your channel?
Yeah, it's on my channel.
Okay, we'll check that out.
It's I forget what it's titled, but you'll see Roman Reigns, and you'll see I forget what it's titled, but so just quick, the whole premise is that the Philadelphia experiment happened, and then that was connected to this book written it's called the Montauk Project, and the whole premise is that the Syrians have made their base on Mars. And what's funny is when Cody Rhodes beat the Sirius symbol last year in WrestleMania 40 in Philadelphia, Cody Rhodes beat the Syrian symbol. And as he was celebrating in the ring with all these people, there was two people holding Cody Rhodes on their shoulders. One of them was Jey Uso, a wrestler who equals Sirius in Gematria. And the other was a Syrian, as in a Syrian from Syria. And he has red hair, kind of like Mars symbolism. And so these are the two people that was holding Cody Rhodes, who had just beaten the Sirius symbol on their shoulders. And one of my favorite decodes I've done, but yeah, I can't wait to talk more about the Sirius stuff, but that's just a little intro into that. So
yeah, so I'd say in a nutshell, when someone asks why Michael Jordan, so one of the reasons they pick people for the elite levels of celebrity is their birth chart. I think for many people, they believe that they are the reincarnation of certain entities. They may or may not be, but they believe them to be. It's bloodlines, but birthdays and astrology charts, sometimes that's it. Michael Jordan was born with the star Sirius rising on the eastern horizon. And that's why, and there are other factors as well, but it has to do with the star Sirius. They associate him with the star Sirius, and who knows what else. I think they might believe that people like him are the reincarnation of some entity, whichever that is. But they're still very controlled, though, because they're still slaves. Let's be honest. When you're a celebrity that level, you do not have autonomy. You're told what to say, what you can't say. And very often they're subjected to MK Ultra mind control. And you see them do all the symbol covering one eye. When they cover one eye, they don't look very happy, do they? They look like slaves. They don't have this miserable look when they cover one eye. I was going to demonstrate it, but someone will take a free.
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah.
They'll take a screenshot. They did it with me, Rambo. Oh, man. And by the way, Rambo, here's my other favorite thing. Is a lot of people ask me, are they born into it? Michael Jordan, he has two brothers that are 5'6" and 5'7". His mom was 5'4". His dad was 5'9". all of a sudden this guy, and they're all 6'6". Julius Erving, Vince Carter, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. They all get these special powers out of nowhere. Same with Julius Erving. His brother that died, his brother was sacrificed, and Michael Jordan's father was sacrificed. The Julius Erving had a brother, Marvin, who was like 5'6", and then Julius Erving grows up. And, it's just incredible how they pick these guys out, and it's on their birthdays. Getting back to Aquarius, Charles Barkley, I think, is also an Aquarius, and Julius Erving.
No, Barkley is a Pisces.
Oh, no, sorry, no, I meant Michael Jordan's sign. Aquarius. Oh my God, Aquarius. Yes, Aquarius. Jeez Louise.
No, Charles Barkley is Pisces.
No, Julius Erving is an Aquarius.
Oh, yeah. I think. Oh, Julius Erving? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's February 20th.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Jordan's the 17th. Yeah, they're 3 days apart. And then, of course, what are the odds that Vince Carter is born on the day that Kobe Bryant dies? It's ridiculous. 126, 77.
The thing about Michael Jordan, as freakish as that is, he looks like his dad. Like that's him and his dad. Like they are related. You can't. So he's not someone who's whoever. I don't know what the physics is of that, the biology was that. But he definitely looks like his dad. They look like. In fact, the older he gets, the more he looks like his dad.
I have a video that I posted where Michael Jordan's face in 1990, where he was about to he was at a hotel in the Olympics, and somebody asked him, "Hey, Michael, who do you want to take the last shot of the game?" And he's like, "Me." And Kobe Bryant's face, remember that, AJ? You could see Kobe Bryant's face and Michael Jordan, and this is like in 1992. It's insane. I don't know what kind of bloodline DNA they share, but it's just something that's not human.
You know what's crazy to me is there's clips out there. Just go pull it up. Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, and just watch there's like a 5-minute montage of just every move that Kobe makes, every move that Jordan made. Like it's perfect, right? And is that not the most beautiful story ever told, right? It's just like, oh my God, well, Kobe mimicked Jordan. Of course he did. We know it more esoterically.
Oh yeah.
But just watch how they played, and that's what the mainstream's going to look at. Oh my God, look how perfect they are. Look how beautiful it is. Yada yada. Of course, the GOAT, the greatest of all time, just so happens to get cut from his high school team. Of course, they're going to throw that in there to just make it the most beautiful story. That's just another example of how they really draw in the emotions. And Rambo always says it best. Just why sports? Because it captures so much emotion. Joey, you and I have talked about this. I hated Kobe too. I was a Clipper fan. I still am. Low key, right? Like go Clippers, but whatever. My point is that I lived and grew up in Los Angeles. I couldn't find one person in my life that was a Clippers fan. And I kind of took it upon myself to be that black sheep, if you will. I was like, hey, the bar is so low over here. Why not? Why? Like, why am I going to just go?
That's funny.
You know what I mean? And I hated Kobe. And I was a LeBron fan. And you know what's funny is and then LeBron comes to Los Angeles. This is shortly right before Kobe dies. And then everything changed because all of the LA fans, the Laker fans, hated LeBron. They hated him.
And now they love him.
Now, right? Now here we are, right? Now he's playing for their team. And anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay, I'll just run through the decode real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Rambo.
All right, so we had this game this past Sunday, March 23rd, and I guess we got off when I focused on that number 23, and 62 is very significant. I'm glad you added that. It's a huge number. I actually did a Super Bowl video. It's called The Great American Game, which is how the halftime show was presented by Samuel L. Jackson. Mm-hmm. And I did point out that Michael Jordan's upcoming birthday would be significant. I did not expect a plane to flip upside down. The reason I did is because 62 points were scored in that game, and Jalen Hurts, winning quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, debuted the latest model of Air Jordan 1 cleats. So Michael Jordan and he debuted them. The cleats were in Chicago Bulls colors. They didn't even match the Philadelphia Eagles uniform. So Michael Jordan was a focus, and 62 points were scored. So I did say that Michael Jordan's up because his birthday was after the Super Bowl. I thought that I said that in the video, his birthday would be significant, and it really has turned out to be. So, right. So February 17th, 2025 at Toronto Pearson International Airport. That's when this whole event happened that we know about. Now, whenever you see anything upside down in the news, popular culture, more often than not, probably not 100% of the time, most often what they're giving you is the archetype of the hanged man of the tarot. And the hangman of the tarot, that's actually a man in a meditation pose. He's actually meditating. He's actually quite tranquil, and he has a glow of enlightenment. So he's really not comfortable at all. But he's in an uncomfortable position. But he's actually transcended the matrix. It's actually a positive card. This is the thing about tarot. A tarot card upside down, which is reversed, has a negative meaning, but a right side up tarot card has a positive meaning. The thing about the hanged man is right side up, it's upside down. So a tarot card upside down is actually right side up. So it's a little confusing with the hanged man. But in that position where he's upside down, that's actually positive. So I'm not sure what kind of spell or what kind of influence they're trying to have, mostly on the subconscious of people when they do these rituals. But when you see, especially something as outrageous as an airplane flipping upside down, which has never happened before, with no casualty, nobody died, it's about the hanged man. And in some tarot cards, I said how they have the same vibration, but sometimes there's a different image. Ancient Egypt, the original ones probably look completely different. I like this one's called the Wild Unknown tarot deck. They have a bat hanging upside down as the hanged man, and the headlines said it, quoting the passengers. They were, quote, hanging like bats. They emphasized that this is all about the hangman, and who referred to himself as Batman? Donald Trump did. Now Donald Trump himself, it was just they told a little kid to go ask him, "Oh, Mr. Trump, are you Batman?" So then he'd say, "I am Batman." So then they could make a big deal of it. They really blew it out of proportion. But this is why, for the spell casting, it has to do with associating Donald Trump with the archetype of the hanged man, because that's really what when he says "I am Batman," he's really saying "I am the hanged man," because the bat is the hanged man. And I show an illustration here of an event he had with David Blaine, the magician, in Trump Tower, with David Blaine doing the hanged man. He's hanging upside down with Donald Trump, who's presenting this. It's a performance by David Blaine, so endurance performance.
Yeah, hey, Rambo, really quick, I just had a quick question on that. Was that like the moment that he first became the 45th president, or what was the event during? Because I know exactly what you're talking about, but I was curious, what exactly was the purpose of what they tell the masses? Like, was that his introductory speech, or
with David Blaine?
Yeah, when David Blaine was hanging upside down behind Trump and all that, I remember exactly what you're talking about. I think
that was before that was before he was president.
Okay, well, this was during his campaign, right?
Yeah. I don't think he was president yet.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but so it associates Donald Trump with the hanged man, and Donald Trump has done multiple associations with the hanged man. For example, when he was campaigning for 2020, he was commenting on the Democrat primaries. He referred specifically to Amy Klobuchar, who is the senior U.S. senator from the state of Minnesota. He was specifically referring to her performance on his campaign speech. He said she choked. He said Amy Klobuchar choked. And he was pounding the podium saying, "I can't breathe," she said. And he was saying, "I can't breathe, I can't breathe." And he was grabbing his throat and sticking his tongue out. And he does that quite a bit. That was a pure hangman ritual why did he single out Amy Klobuchar? This was on February 20th of 2020, and we know we know what happened on May 25th. That's when George Floyd, the whole George Floyd thing happened. So Donald
I can't breathe.
Yeah, but Trump was saying, "I can't breathe."
Before that, remember,
February.
Just want to emphasize, you guys, Trump was doing this over his throat, going, "Oh, I can't breathe. I'm choking. Calling out Amy Klobuchar. And then what happened months later while Trump is exiting his first term, right? Like, I can't breathe. That's all it was there. That's another perfect example of the simplest connection to go, what are the odds of that? Trump's done a lot of stuff, but my point is the whole I can't breathe thing. And then next thing you know, months later, the George Floyd thing happens. And then next thing you know, you just see in the headlines all the time, I can't breathe.
So the thing is, why did he specify Amy Klobuchar? Because Amy Klobuchar is the senior U.S. senator from Minnesota. And you know what Amy Klobuchar's birthday is? It's May 25th.
That is mind blowing, you guys. That's the kind of stuff for me where I'm like, you say, Rambo, you can't. We're not making this up. Go look it up.
Yeah, it's all a script. Whoever wrote the script, I don't think Trump. Maybe he was let in. We don't know who knows what. We don't know how much Trump knows. Somebody had determined the George Floyd thing ahead of time and was telling Trump to do this, specifically referring to Amy Klobuchar. It was the Democrat primary, and there were multiple speakers, multiple candidates at the primary the day before.
But Amy is the one that Trump wanted to call out and do that and say, I can't breathe.
Yeah, so there was foreknowledge by a scriptwriter. Maybe the scriptwriter. No, Trump is not the scriptwriter. Trump is not very high on the totem pole. No, he is not. He's an actor. He's literally in the Acting Hall of Fame, which is what the whole Walk of Fame on Hollywood Boulevard is. It's a entertainment Hall of Fame. Trump is in the Entertainment Hall of Fame.
And who else is also in the entertainment industry? I don't remember the guy's name, right? But the all the Ukraine stuff, who's now the president of Ukraine, he is a professional actor as well. And of course, what was it, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the whole that whole thing. It's like they're telling you there's literally two actors defined talking to each other.
What a show that was with Zelensky and
Zelensky. Yeah.
And I've seen some funny remakes of that too. There's been some people that have done some AI funny re-arguments of that. That's some funny stuff right there. They use the AI to put words in their mouth. It looks like they're actually saying that.
But I think my main point is that to Rambo's main point is that both of those people are literally actors. Literally. They have an IMDb profile as actors. There are people that call out Joey because Joey even has an IMDb profile.
Yeah.
With whatever, but my point is okay, you're going to call out Joey, but we're talking about Donald Trump and Zelensky, and they're literally actors. Just go look up Zelensky's skits and stuff he's done in the past. We're not even going to go there. My point is that they are literally actors, and they're telling you, and it's all right there. So
and one of the most fraudulent things ever, you guys, please use your heads. I know you guys are smart here in the chat. The Ukraine war with Russia is so fake. Russia has an army of 7 million. Ukraine has an army of 96 dads. It would be Russia can take Ukraine over. That's like my 6-year-old playing a game of 21 with Shaquille O'Neal, and I tell you guys, it's 18-14. My son's in the lead. No, there's no. Yeah, they're blowing up buildings. They're gonna give Ukraine elevators, and they're gonna turn it into a smart city, just like Hawaii, just like what's going on in Israel. So please, there's no such thing as Russia struggling with Ukraine for a war. How long has it been now? 3 years?
Well, all of that popped off once the Rams with the Ukraine colors won the Super Bowl. Once that happened, that's when all the Ukraine stuff happened, right? So that's all I'm going to say.
All the blue and yellow stuff that happened that year.
Yeah, so whoever writes the script knew that wrote the George Floyd script and told Trump to say, I can't breathe 3 months ahead of time, told him to focus on Amy Klobuchar out of all of them because she's a senior senator from Minnesota whose birthday is May 25th. And you know who else has a May 25th birthday? The head coach of the Minnesota Vikings is Kevin O'Connell. So the Minnesota Vikings play in Minneapolis. Their head coach has the same birthday, May 25th. And May 25th is also the Independence Day of the country of Jordan. So Jordan is tied in.
Oh,
and where did George Floyd? Where did that incident happen? On Chicago Avenue.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah, so it's all this ties in.
That's the birthday of that Roman Reigns character that I was telling you about earlier with the Sirius connection. That's his birthday too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's so Donald Trump is Batman. That's a reference to the Hanged Man. And so when you see this is not a normal scene. The plane upside down. This is the Hanged Man. And the Winnipeg Jets, you can see how they fit in with their name, Jets. So it was March 21st. I did a decode for On the Moneyball with Joey and AJ. That's when this was back in March 1st. I first suggested that the Winnipeg Jets have a good chance, probably might end up at 4819 to correspond with the flight number. Plus, they are the Jets, and they're from Canada. And I this was back on March, so I figured that they had to go.
But Rambo, the mainstream, right? The ones that think that all of this is organic, they're going to look at it and go, well, the odds of the Jets hitting that number are very, very low because of what you emphasized about how they're one of the best teams in the league, and they're at home, and they're playing against one of the worst teams, and they just so happen to have a little cold front. So my point is the mainstream is going to look at this possibility and go, yeah, that ain't going to happen. I mean, there's no way. But now here we are. Right?
Yeah, so I see. Look, I figured there could be some coding with that number, but I was a little skeptical as to whether it would happen simply because the Winnipeg Jets were the best team in the NHL. And for them to go, they had to go 6-4 in their next 10 games to hit 4819. That would be probably their worst 10-game stretch of the season, given how good they're the best in the. That's why I was a little like. But then you know how these things are; they're rigged. I mean, you can be the best and to suddenly be the worst.
But yet here we are, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. So right. I just as I did decodes. So that was on March 1st. As I decoded in the weeks, I looked at the progression as the weeks went along. So as of March 15th. It was getting closer. It became more and more realistic. So on March 15th, they were, again, we're not counting the ties. They do have ties there. It was 46-17. So they had to go 2-2. It became more and more realistic. So I'm just showing the progression. And then it came down to one game, which was, so they had two games. They had to play the Edmonton Oilers on the road, and the Oilers are a decent team. So it looked more likely that they'd lose on the road to a decent team because there's no way they should lose at home to one of the worst teams. That's why I was kind of hoping that they'd lose to the Oilers, because then I thought, I don't know if we're going to hit it, but it happened. The upset happened. The Sabres, the Buffalo Sabres, a very significant city, Buffalo, New York, defeated them in an upset 5-3 yesterday. March 23rd, and they hit the 4819 flight number, which so that was it was a journey of 22 days when I first suggested this could happen. 22 days later, it came to pass in quite dramatic fashion. Like in retrospect, I'm kind of glad for the drama, but I was a little, I don't know, I said This is a pretty big upset you're asking for. What happened? So 100 is a important code number for the Hanged Man. So the Winnipeg Jets have 100 points. So in hockey, when you win, you get 2 points, and if you tie, you get 1 point, and if you lose, you get 0 points. So that's what the points are in hockey. The Winnipeg Jets remained on 100 points as a result of this big upset loss to the Sabres.
And once again, you guys, all of this happened the exact same time that the Chicago Blackhawks also had a big upset against the Philadelphia Flyers. The inverse was the Blackhawks were at home. The mainstream always looks at it, well, it's a home team, so they're favored even if they're not as good. The Blackhawks are awful. So every single game in the world of sport betting, every single game that I've seen, no one's favoring the Blackhawks, but they just so happen to win that game too, the same time all of this is happening, beating the Flyers. Show me one other team in the NHL that has any other aviation flying connections, right? The simplest stuff that's happening right in front of our face, and then now, Rambo's showing some of the deeper stuff.
Yeah, I actually do mention that later in the decode. But 100 is a code here. It's amazing how they orchestrated it. They had to have them on 100 points. So this is planned from the beginning. Or you could say, okay, maybe it was, I don't know how they did it. Is it sometimes when you do ritual magic, all the details is just manifest as a result of the magic. It's not somebody manipulating every detail, but they had to have the Winnipeg Jets on 100 points because they're honoring the upside down plane with the record of 48-19. The Hanged Man in Gematria in the simplest cipher, ordinal, is 100. That's why the Jets had to be on 100. The Jets, the upside down plane. Also, the word flight. AJ had mentioned that Michael Jordan has a flight business with Nike. Flight is 100. Now, Flight is also the title of a 2012 movie starring Denzel Washington, who's a pilot who flew a plane upside down. Now, I've done a couple of decodes on that. So Flight actually also refers to that movie. So life imitating art. Flight is 100. And of course, Jordan sums to 100 in the reverse ordinal. So how appropriate that the Jets are on 100 points. Jordan's 100. The plane flips upside down, flight 4819 on Michael Jordan's birthday. It all fits so well. And the Hanged Man, this is in the reverse reduction or reverse Pythagorean cipher. The Hanged Man is 53, which is the score of the game, which put the Jets at 48 and 19. Now, 130 is a big number for this particular archetype. And that is because it's the gematria of upside down. That's in the ordinal cipher or simple cipher, 130. This is a little indirect. So it's not like the Hangman and Hanged Man. I discovered that 130 is used in anything Hanged Man related, anything with bats, hanging, upside down. 130 is now the Elizabethan ciphers, which are the Francis Bacon ciphers, also known as the Rosicrucian ciphers, use the Elizabethan alphabet. In the Elizabethan alphabet, originally there was no J, there was just the letter I, and there was no letter V. And then those.
Hey, Rambo, really quickly, I got a quick question about the Elizabethan cipher, and I'm asking because you focus a lot on the Elizabethan cipher.
I love that. I love that cipher, by the way.
Most people don't use it. Hey, yeah, if anything, really quick.
Hey, what number did Flag wear originally? Wasn't it 32?
It was 32. Yeah, we pointed that out last week. Even Donut, who knows and talk about nothing about sports, he led with the number 32, and that was like the first thing we touched on. Guess what else equals 32? America, right? Anyways, my point is for the sake of my learning, I need to know more about the Elizabethan cipher and why it's so important. So I just wanted to ask really quick, since we're talking about gematria, there might be some people here that don't even know gematria at all. Rambo does a great little summary to explain it.
How about that?
But yeah, so I just wanted to ask Cody and Rambo mainly, like, what is it about the Elizabethan cipher? And maybe start with a quick little just recap of what gematria is and why it matters, I guess, you know.
The Elizabethan ciphers were created by Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon is one of the most influential figures in Freemasonry and on the English language. Francis Bacon is believed, most likely is, one of the main authors of the works of William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare wasn't an actual person. There were multiple people who did the work. One person can't do all that. Well, Francis Bacon is one of the main authors.
And of course, William Shakespeare was the name of the person that got the first, you know what, I think. That's
but so I'm saying the importance of Francis Bacon, his influence on the English language and on Freemasonry. He's one of the most influential figures. In fact, he's seen as kind of a how would I put this? He's at the highest level of consciousness. Or when you're at a high enough level of consciousness, you don't actually die. What you do is you can go in and out of dimensions. So you can leave the third dimension, you can go to 5D, fifth dimension, and back. And many people believe that Francis Bacon was at that level. Some people believe that. And he came up with these ciphers. He's the author of the King James Bible, the primary author, and the works of William Shakespeare. And in Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teaching, the Secret Teachings of All Ages, in his Gematria chapters, he specifically teaches the Francis Bacon ciphers. That's what Manly P. Hall. So Manly P. Hall he demonstrates this, the regular modern alphabet Gematria, but he also really emphasizes the Francis Bacon ones as well.
And I don't want to get too much into the weeds on this. That is a phenomenal explanation. Like, because I agree. It's obvious that Francis Bacon is a massive part. He's very important when it comes to at least the lens of gematria. But for me, I've always looked at the Francis Bacon cipher, which is the capital letters and then the lowercase letters. And
that's Francis Bacon.
Well, I mean, at least that's what the gematrinator is telling me. And granted, I can only.
I think he changed
it now. I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah, he changed the name because the caps added cipher now.
Yes, so I use that cipher. But my point is that, or my question is that the same as the Elizabethan? Because I know you use a different calculator typically, but is this the same? Is capitals added the Elizabethan cipher? I just want to know.
Capitals added is you go A through Z, 1 through 26, and then then the next letter is capital. Then you start with capital A.
So you do the same thing, lowercase.
Yeah, like here. 27, 20 up to 52.
So is this capitals added? Is this the Elizabethan cipher?
No, it is not. The Elizabethan cipher uses the Elizabethan alphabet, which originally did not have the letter J and did not have the letter V. It was actually a 24-letter alphabet. But once J and V were added, what the Francis Bacon cipher did, it gave I and J, because now I and J were interchangeable. You'll see how sometimes Jesus is spelled with an I. It's like you pronounce J, Jesus, because I and J are interchangeable. They're considered like the same letter. So in that cipher, Francis Bacon, Elizabethan, I and J have the same value.
Got it.
And U and V, because V was added later, they have the same value as well. So you can see how that kind of changes the. It's
just to me, to me, this 201 here I mean, when I started digging into this cipher, and Rambo, you were the first one to talk about this cipher. Like towards the end of your videos on YouTube, you started mentioning this cipher, and I started using it too. And this one always gets me. I mean, we know how big the 201 is with the Jesuits, and we all know that. But just the fact that Saint Francis Xavier equals 201 in that cipher is I mean, enough for me to say, yeah, that's that's a pretty good cipher to be using. And I've seen many times where this cipher has come out to be. I've used it on my channel actually a good amount of times at this point.
And that's why I'm asking. Like I'm here to learn, right? So I don't know everything. I don't think any of us are standing here acting like we know everything.
Hey guys,
yeah, I appreciate it.
Guys, I got to cut out, but for me, and I'm gonna try watching my car. I have to pick up my son. For me, like I said, it's so obvious that mankind does not control this because take Shohei Ohtani one last time. Kobe Bryant's fake crash was on January 26, 2020. Do you guys know how they planned everything out? Shohei Ohtani getting hurt those last 4.5 years. By the way, I think it was 4 years and 10 months since Kobe's crash that Shohei won the World Series. So like I said, everything is perfect that Shohei won his first World Series 666 days exact. His 666th game after Kobe Bryant's fake helicopter crash. I always ask Rambo when we would talk, how do they do this? How do they do this? How do they do this? I'll never understand. But Cody, thanks for having me. If you can put up the winnable link later, we're putting our picks up because all of this stuff it's I don't want to say scripted. It's all black magic and wizardry and done for rituals. Cody, I would love to come on again. Rambo, you're the man. AJ, I'll talk to you later, and I'll keep listening. But thanks, you guys. I gotta go pick up my little Benny.
All right, man. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. And
of course, let's do it again.
We'll do this again soon. We'll do it again.
All right,
yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Bye, you guys.
Yeah. See you. All right. So Rambo, you can keep going with what you're saying.
Yeah, let's talk about the number 130 is a code because in the modern alphabet English gematria, upside down is 130. And you just calculate yourself on the Elizabethan, Donald Trump is 130.
So thank you guys for the time clarifying that, because like I said, I don't know much about the Elizabethan, and I did not know that it was different from the Francis Bacon cipher. So this is very new to me. I appreciate it.
And a lot of people probably didn't. Yeah. A lot of people probably didn't know that either. So yeah, Rambo clarified that for us.
It actually gets a little bit more detailed than that, but there actually is more to it. If you read Manly P. Hall's The Secret Teaching of All Ages, he goes into, on his gematria section, he does go into the Francis Bacon ciphers, and there is a little bit more to it. There's another code to the Francis Bacon. There are these code numbers, like 157, and he explains how it works. So there's more to it. I don't want to, for example, like 157 is a code. I don't want to I feel like I'm getting off topic, and now it does get there's a little bit more to it. So I'll just leave it at that. If you want to look more into it, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, but also there's a calculator I use, is Alec Trion, ALEK Trion, TRYON .github.io. He has the Alec Trionator. He works with Derek because when you do the number properties on his, it takes you to Derek's number property. So they work together. But he has a blog. On that, there's a link to his blog. He's done 30 years of research on gematria. That's a really good gematria resource. He's done 30 years of research, and he can explain in depth the Francis Bacon, a wide variety. There's even the Illuminati cipher, which is the cipher which Adam Weishaupt taught to the Illuminati initiates. They're called Minervals. There's a cipher for them called Illuminati cipher. I don't use that much because It's already a lot of ciphers, but that is still a legitimate cipher that the Illuminati themselves did use. And he has that, and he goes into the history of that. So if you really want to go into the in-depth knowledge of gematria, that's where I would suggest you go. And
I'm so sorry to kind of get into the weeds on that. That was just a thing with my learning. I wanted to ask kind of the difference, but I think for the sake of this presentation, let's keep it as simple as we can. All right, but I made it more complicated. So make sure to go check out those links, and let's keep going.
No, people who are learning about gematria want to know these things.
Yeah, but, the Elizabethan cipher, you would agree, I'm sure, that it's not the simplest, right? That's why I kind of focus on just frontwards and backwards of the English language. But there's a handful that I do pay attention to, and the Francis Bacon one is what I look at, but not necessarily the Elizabethan. And the only reason I don't look at it is because I don't understand it. So that's why I was asking kind of where it came from. So I really appreciate some clarity on that. But I think, let's keep going.
I mean, where it comes from is one of the a single individual people with the biggest influence on the English language. And that's Francis Bacon. And that's the author of Shakespeare and the King James Bible. So that's actually where it comes from. So it is, that's the source of it. And so Donald Trump is Batman. He said he's Batman. Donald Trump is 130 Elizabethan, which coincides with upside down in standard English gematria. An example of 130 manifesting is Christian Bale, the actor who starred in the Dark Knight series. His birthday is 130. He's Batman, the upside down. Trump is Batman. Yeah, Christian Bale was born 130. How does that coincide? I mean, how does that work out? But so they probably picked him because Christian Bale might have been picked for his birthday. Who knows? Again, in Elizabethan, Donald Trump's signature phrase from show business is "You're fired," and that has a value of 130, just like Donald Trump in Elizabethan, upside down in the modern English gematria.
And that's in the show The Apprentice. We know about The Apprentice alignment with Freemasonry.
Yeah. And okay, so Donald Trump, 130 in gematria. This is how they use that gematria calculation. So here's a good example of how relevant the Elizabethan / Francis Bacon / Rosicrucian ciphers are. You can call them either one of those things. Donald Trump is 130. What do we see in the news? The Stormy Daniels hush money scandal. It was $130,000. That's just one example.
I thought you'd bring that one. I thought you'd bring that one up because that's the one I for sure know of. That's the one I knew. That was one that really got me looking at it too. After I saw that, that was
and that comes straight from the Elizabethan ciphers. They are using the Elizabethan cipher in the modern days. There's a story that Donald Trump, during his first presidency, he visited Scotland, and he needed to. Him and his entourage were hungry and wanted some McDonald's while in Scotland. I don't even believe he eats McDonald's, but okay, that's the story. But if you believe this, neither Trump or anyone in the entourage had any money. No credit card, no nothing. No one had any money apparently. So a Scottish bodyguard agreed to buy lunch for everybody, and it cost $130. And the story is that Donald Trump never paid him back. I personally don't believe any of it.
This is wild because right now in the WWE, there's a storyline going on. The first ever women's United States champion, Chelsea Green, she has 2 Scottish bodyguards. And there's a whole story going on right now with her. She's literally dressing up as the Statue of Liberty, and she has these two women that are Scottish that are her bodyguards, and she's calling them the Hervis secret Hervis or something like that. But that actually, I'm glad you brought this up here because I didn't know about this Scottish bodyguard story. So I now know what that probably is tied to.
Yeah, that's a good addition. So what's the whole purpose of this? Yeah, come on, Donald Trump and no one in Entourage has any money for food. I mean, that's just silly. It's to put that 130 in front of you, $130. He just happens to owe Donald Trump owes this bodyguard $130. You have to know the Elizabethan ciphers. Okay. So even if you didn't know the Elizabethan cipher, you always say, "Oh, okay, 130 is upside down, and Donald Trump is Batman." But you have to know that Donald Trump is 130. Your father is 130, straight from the Francis Bacon ciphers. That's why they're putting 130 in your face. That he owes this bodyguard $130, which is just that's not even the point to it. It's numbers have a vibration. But that's it. It's a Donald Trump number. Now, this is anecdotal. I just came across an article about wait staff giving their experiences with major celebrities, and just a wide variety of stories. And one of the wait staff said they waited on Donald Trump at a restaurant, and according to them, the check for the meal that Donald Trump spent with his group at the restaurant was $1,300, $1,300, $130, $130,000. Do you see a trend there? When the initial shooter, the first Trump shooting, when the story first came out, they said that was in Butler, Pennsylvania. They said that he shot at Trump from 130 yards away. Then the second one, that was the one in Florida. That shooting happened at 1:30 p.m. and I gave it a screenshot from a website, a media outlet that says 1:30 p.m. Now, since the official number has been amended now to 131, but there's also what's called the rule of Kollel. That's in numerology. The rule of Kollel means any numbers within one, we have a value within one of each other, are considered to have the same value. So 131 and 130 are the same. I don't usually use that. Even though it is legitimately used. But initially, and I have the example, they said the second shooting or assassination attempt was at 1:30. I mean, do you see a theme here? It's undeniable. And they come straight from the Elizabethan ciphers, and it coincides with upside down, given that Donald Trump says he's Batman, poses with David Blaine upside down, does choking, I can't breathe. They even had Gallows at the Capitol insurrection, so-called, on January 6th, on the Capitol lawn, directed at Mike Pence, because they considered Vice President Mike Pence to be a traitor for certifying the election results of the 2016, not 2020 election. And hang Mike Pence supposedly was the chant. Hang Mike Pence. What's that? What's about the hangman? You have Gallows on the Capitol grounds. You're saying hang Mike Pence.
Hey, Rambo, really quick. I just want to re-emphasize, you guys, this is another perfect example of how what's put out in the mainstream, right? Me, Rambo, Cody, we're not the ones putting out these news stories. But isn't it weird that sometimes news stories will give you a number, any number, and then other news stories will give you a decimal point? You know, like in this case, for example, why is it not $130.29? I don't know. I'm just making shit up is my point. But there's other articles out there that will put the decimal point and will put the actual dollars and cents to it, you know? And with this lens, you can see why they're doing it that way. Why is it rounded up to $1,300? Why is, you know, in one example, James Holmes, and then in another example, it's James E. Holmes, and then in another, right? So it goes back to just the simplest wordplay that they do with this, right? You know, like why are they emphasizing a decimal point to that point versus an example like this where it's just that's a round number, but then the next article you would see would show the dollars and cents behind it. You know what I mean? That I just wanted to kind of punch that in there. There's a reason why they're putting these numbers in front of us, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, so at the at the Salem, Massachusetts witch trials, some of the hangings were said to have been carried out because that's how they executed the accused witches at a place called Gallows Hill in Salem. And Gallows Hill has a gematria in the modern English language gematria of 130. So you see the theme, Gallows Hill, 130 upside down, the Hanged Man and Donald Trump, Batman. And so that brings us to this. I did all that to lead up to this. In the Pythagorean cipher of modern English gematria, when you spell out flight 4819, it sums to 130. So this was a pure Hanged Man ritual. I mean, this is element on top of element.
Wow.
And that's the kicker. That wraps it up. That number 130. It's very consistent. And I have another example of that, but this one's for the main subject we're talking about here, the flight number 130. When you spell it out, when you spell out flight 4819, it has a gematria in the Pythagorean cipher of 130. Now, the date July 23rd is relevant here because the original Batman Day, they never had an official Batman Day until 2014. And the first Batman Day they decided was on July 23rd. To understand why they picked July 23rd for Batman Day, again, you need to know the tarot and astrology. So every zodiac sign has a tarot card that corresponds to it, and every planet has a tarot card that corresponds to it. The Hanged Man tarot card represents the planet Neptune. So Neptune is directly related. And when was the god Neptune celebrated annually in Rome? It is on July 23rd. That is why the first Batman was on July 23rd, because that's Neptunalia. And the Hanged Man, who's upside down like the bat, represents the planet Neptune. So they were honoring Neptunalia. That's why the first, now they since changed it, but that was the original Batman Day. Now, if you spell out flight 4819, this is in the Elizabethan. Now we're going back to the Elizabethan ciphers. And one thing about the Elizabethan ciphers, which they do consistently, is they produce dates. Elizabethan ciphers produce dates. For flight 4819 spelled out, and the simple Elizabethan cipher has a value of 237, which is 23rd July, which is Neptunalia.
That is also the date that Michael Jordan's father was killed.
Yes. Okay. Now we're branching off because we're back into the serious thing.
I'm sorry. I'm so not trying to.
Yeah. But I mean, while we're on it,
I think Rambo was going to say that's the date of the conjunction of the sun in Sirius, right, Rambo?
No. So that is ceremonially in Freemasonry when they honor the heliacal rising of Sirius.
Oh, that's right.
So, So I mean, okay, it's hard to explain without a visual. So the star Sirius is invisible from Earth for 70 days each year, and the reason is because when Earth moves to a position where Sirius is behind the sun. So it's not until Earth moves to a point where Sirius is no longer obscured by the sun. That first moment when Sirius first becomes visible is called the heliacal rising of Sirius. Now that occurs in the first week of August in modern days. It's not the same in. It's a different day in each country, depending where you were. But in ancient Egypt, where they venerated the star Sirius, they used to start their new year with the star Sirius. That's very important. It's called the Sothic calendar, because Sothis that's the Greek name for Sirius. They refer to the ancient Egyptian calendar as the Sothic calendar, and that their new year was determined by the reappearance of Sirius after 70 days. That's called the heliacal rising of Sirius. Now, it does not happen on, so there was a time in ancient Egypt when that would have happened on the 23rd of July. Now it's more like, you can't even get people can't even agree on a date. It's like first week of August. You'll see a lot of serious rituals, like with anything related to dogs, the dog star. So Freemasonry ceremonially uses 23rd July as the heliacal rising of Sirius. The reason they use that is because the heliacal rising of Sirius started a new cycle, a new year. So the new year ended. If 23/7 is the start of the cycle, then 22/7 is the end of the cycle. And 22/7 is pi, which measures circles and cycles. So symbolically, 22nd July is pi, 22 divided by 7. That means a complete circle. And then you start a new cycle will be 23/7. And that's what Sirius did. They started a new yearly cycle. That is why they use 23rd July ceremonially, symbolically, for the heliacal rising of Sirius, even though that's not when Sirius actually rises in modern times. There was a time in the past when it did. And that is why Michael Jordan's father, unless it's just a coincidence, passed away on July 23rd. We talked about why Michael Jordan, because of Sirius, and this is an example. So these are two events, major, like esoteric, occult, you could call them, important dates. Anyway, it's one day, but it's two separate celebrations, you could say. July 23rd is the heliacal rising of Sirius, and it's Neptunalia.
And doesn't that make sense, Rambo, with the shining room being 237? You know, Sirius, the shining star.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's a great detail. The room in the shine. Okay, that was a good one. Exactly. Yeah, the shining. Sirius is the bright star.
And if we're having a quick talk about the whole star thing, I mean, just think about Luka Doncic. Luka means Luke, which means light, right? The light bringer, Lucifer. That's where Luka stems from.
Yep.
And they're home of the Dallas Stars. Right, and then now you have the Dallas Star, the Star of Dallas, in arguably one of the most ridiculous sports stories. The whole thing about Dallas just is like, hey, Lakers, you guys want Luka? Here you go. Well, you know what I mean? Like, so that whole story, he goes from being the star in Dallas to now another version of the City of Lights in Hollywood. Now he's the star of Hollywood as LeBron is kind of dwindling away. But now you got essentially the oldest star of LeBron in this moment, now paired up with like the newest star. So I just want to point that out too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Sirius, also Venus, they're both associated with brightness. So sometimes Luca is Lucy. Lucy you can refer to Venus, but that's a light bearer. Yes, but also a great example of the shining 237. I didn't even know about that room number, but yeah, that's what it is. It's the heliacal rising of Sirius. It's a reference to Sirius, but again, the heliacal rising of Sirius or Neptunalia could be 23rd July. And that's when they say Michael Jordan's father died. He is Sirius. So the Latin word for Neptune is Neptunus. And in the standard English gematria in modern language, Neptunus sums to 130. And again, the Hanged Man represents the planet Neptune. And the hangman upside down is 130. So Neptune is directly. So number 62 we talked about. Yes, the plane flipped upside down on Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday on runway 23. Michael Jordan's jersey number. Jordan sums to 32 in English gematria. The Buffalo Sabres, when they defeated the Winnipeg Jets in this massive upset, to make the Jets hit that 4819 number,
Wow.
That put them on 62 points.
How about that, man? That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah,
62
so they lined
and
everything up.
100.
Yeah, they had the 62 points, and then you had the 100 points for the Jets, and they just had it planned out perfectly. Now think of gematria. What has gematria of 62 and 100? The name Jordan does. Jordan is 100, and Jordan's also 62. And when they're playing 4819 flip on Jordan's birthday, and that's the record that you got, 48 and 19, for the Winnipeg Jets, who ended up with 100 points, and the Sabres with 62 points as a result of the game. The two gematria values of Jordan. It's really well coordinated. I mean,
this is undeniable. Like, everything you show, Rambo, is undeniable, and everything that most of us shows. But this one is just this is great. Like, and also the fact that what you're about ready to say with these coaches just blows my mind too.
Yeah, and I have to shout out my patrons. So it's called the Truth Codes, and usually you give your patrons a name. Like Patreon says, could you give your code breakers, your patrons a name? I call my patrons code breakers. So if you're a patron of the Truth Codes, you're a code breaker. I have great commenters, really brilliant, and I gotta shout them out because they're the ones who noticed the birthdays. I'll shout out Charlie in particular. Anytime you see any one of my articles or videos, you have to read the comments. You have to. They are brilliant contributors, brilliant, and I appreciate them. I'm going to thank them right now. I tell them in the comments I appreciate them. They actually do greatly enhance my channel. And it was Charlie who pointed out the birthdays. I didn't even notice the birthdays. We talked about the 62 and how it lines up. It's a huge number. Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday. While the Winnipeg Jets, their head coach is 62 years old. Now, Wikipedia is really confusing because you see he's 62 years old, and you see a young man, looks like he's in his early 40s. It's not an updated picture. I don't know why they can't just use a more updated picture.
That's probably coded. That's probably coded too.
Yeah. They do stuff for a reason. They tell you that the picture is from 2006. I mean, why they couldn't
the year Cooper Flagg was born, and Cooper Flagg equals 100 in in this Elizabethan cipher I just showed. So that might tie in somehow, but we won't get off track too much on that. But that's interesting.
Yeah. So along the 62 lines, the Jets. Okay, so the Jets head coach is 62 years old at the time of the plane flipping upside down at the time of this game, which put the Jets record, in line with the plane's the flight number, and then the Sabres end up on 62 points as a result of the upset. It happened on Michael Jordan's birthday, on his 62nd birthday. I mean, this is outrageous. But look at I gotta give Charlie a huge shout out. I didn't even think to look at. I wish I had thought I could take credit. I don't know why I didn't look at the head coach's birthday. I usually do. Well, the Sabres head coach has Michael Jordan's birthday, February 17th, which is the date of the plane. So when flight 4819 flipped upside down, it was on Lindy Ruff's birthday.
A rough landing. A rough landing, Randy. A rough landing. Wow, that's crazy, guys. Come on.
So it was on the Sabres. On the Sabres head coach's, let alone Michael Jordan, the Sabres head coach's birthday. It was on his birthday, and it's his team that puts the Jets record at 4819, which is the flight number. They flipped upside down on his birthday. Like something like you could say, well, Lindy Ruff is the one who, I guess, thanks to his coaching, helped everything line up. He has Michael Jordan's birthday, and his height is 6'2", so they had to throw an extra 6'2" in there. And this happened shortly after the Super Bowl 58, where there was a total of 62 points scored. And this is the Super Bowl in which Jalen Hurts, the winning quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles, debuted the Michael Jordan Air Jordan 1s. So Jordan was a part of it even back then. And that brings us to This is one of the star players for the Winnipeg Jets. His name is Nino Niederreiter. He's Swiss. And he wears number 62, which makes him very relevant. He actually scored a goal in that. In the losing effort for the Jets, he actually scored a goal in that game. He wears jersey number 62, and his height is 6'2", just like the head coach. So 62 is big here. And if you look at his last name, Niederreiter is 130, that upside down number.
How about that? Wow.
Yep.
How about that?
The 130 is a number, but this is a code to anything to hangman, hanging, choking, upside down, the whole archetype. 130 is central. So Donald Trump, now you understand why they had Donald Trump say, "I am Batman." Donald Trump didn't really just come on and say, "I am Batman." They had a child come up to him and say, "Mr. Trump, are you Batman?" And they had the cameras there, and then the media just blew it out of proportion. It's for occult reasons. It's for the archetype of the hangman. And you can speculate what are they doing by trying to push the hangman archetype. Like, even if you don't consciously understand what the archetype of the hangman is, on an unconscious level, you do. The human mind, and the human mind is located in the cells, not in the brain. Every cell that makes up the trillions of cells that make up the human body, that's where your mind is stored. And every cell has the collective memory of the entire human race and understands these archetypes. That's on an unconscious level. So they, at the top, to a degree, a very good degree, they understand. There's a reason they made these archetypes. And again, ancient Egypt actually started. They had that understanding. But there is a positive meaning to the hangman. So if they're pushing all the hangman, it is a dark, on the surface, it's a dark card. It's about hanging. And it seems pretty morbid. It's like I said, look at the card, and that's a Rider Waite. There is a variety of other. Aleister Crowley, that's considered the most powerful by people who are adepts, more intuitive, who are sensitive. They say that almost across the board, they say that Aleister Crowley's deck is the most powerful. Like, they can feel it when they use that deck. And some people have said that these are the intuitives, the real intuitives. When they started out, they couldn't use the Crowley deck because it was too powerful. They had to actually become accustomed to and just become better at, just get more experience with tarot before they could go to the Crowley deck. Well, on his Hanged Man, the Hangman is upside down. He does have the rays behind his head, but he has a snake. So snakes aren't always, snake can be positive or negative. Snakes are associated with wisdom. Even in the Bible, Jesus is quoted saying, "Be as wise as serpents." And Jesus himself is compared to a serpent. He says, just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the desert, so shall God lift up the Son of Man. The Son of Man is Jesus. He compares himself to a snake. So snakes are also associated with wisdom and higher knowledge. So on the Crowley deck of the Hanged Man, he's upside down, but he has a snake on the bottom. And you can see where the whole Mamba thing with the snake thing you're talking about, it applies there too. But it can be positive. It's about higher knowledge. So you figure if they're really pushing so much of this hangman stuff, whether intentionally or not, inevitably they have to be influencing at least some people to achieve higher knowledge, inevitably, because that's one of them. It has multiple meanings. That's one of the meanings of the hangman. Inevitably, it has to have that effect on some people. You're being pushed towards a higher level of consciousness. So Batman Day now is the second or third Saturday in September. So multiple days could be Batman Day each year. And September 17th can be Batman Day. I think 2022 was the last time September 17th was Batman Day. Well, that's the birthday of Patrick Mahomes, quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, who lost in the most recent Super Bowl, but he won the previous 2 Super Bowls. He had won 2 in a row before he lost this one. And he's a Batman figure because after he won Super Bowl 58 last year, he literally did a hanged man pose on the field. Now, some people can say, oh, he just crossed his legs. And yes, it does look like it, but that's not necessarily he consciously was thinking of the hanged man. Now, the hanged man also represents St. Peter's cross, which is the upside down cross, because St. Peter is said to have been crucified upside down. One of the stories in the mainstream media after this celebration, after this Super Bowl, was that sitting next to Taylor Swift, when there was a big focus on Taylor Swift last year, sitting next to her was the rapper singer Ice Spice, and Ice Spice had an upside down cross, and that upside down cross did become a mainstream media focus after that Super Bowl. So it is no coincidence that Patrick Mahomes just so happened to do what looks like a hanged man pose. Because they did focus on the upside down cross, I say that does confirm that was intentional. It's part of the ritual. And yeah.
Hey Rambo, have you looked into the? I'm sure you have. Have you looked into the series? What's it called? Stranger Things.
Everybody keeps telling me to watch it, and I'm so busy. I mean, finding time to watch like movies and stuff. But yeah, no, yeah, that's one I have to watch because everybody tells me, like, they look at my work and they say my work. I would love Strange. Even AJ just recommended a movie which he said is similar to for me to watch, which has some Stranger Things correlations with it.
Well, the obviously the actual, like, the realm that they travel to in there is called the Upside Down, and then they're actually going to be releasing the last season this year. So I'm assuming that all this stuff right now with the Upside Down plane, probably, I haven't seen when the release date's going to be, but I'm definitely going to look into that after this, because you got me interested in all this Upside Down stuff now, and that's the first thing I thought of was the Stranger Things, and I know they're releasing the new season this year. I just don't know exactly when.
Yeah, so it has so many meanings. So this is the thing about tarot. Like, if you just look at the image, like look at the hangman and the Rider-Waite, it's a fairly simple image. It's a T-shaped tree / cross, and the man hanging by his right ankle. In fact, in the movie Flight, starring Denzel Washington from 2012, where Denzel watches a pilot who flies a plane upside down, one of the stewardesses, when the plane flips upside down, then he flips it back right side up, one of the stewardesses gets her ankle stuck in one of the luggage compartments, and she hangs by her right ankle. That's just not subtle. Like, most people don't know tarot images. That is as blatant as it gets. They had a stewardess hanging by her right ankle. I have it in one of my decodes in the movie Flight.
Huh.
Where the plane goes upside down. That's as blatant, straightforward as it gets. Where a person hanging by their right ankle, like where else does that come from? Right. This is a very significant and powerful archetype. And as simple as that card image is, you can extract so much from it. It means so many different things. So I don't want to get into all the various meanings of it. I've talked about some of the positive ones, like higher knowledge. Now, again, so in tarot, when you do a reading, if the hanged man comes out upside down, then he'll actually be right side up, and that has a negative meanings. But yeah, so this is what AJ was talking about. I got this from AJ. Shout out to him. He's already told us about it. At the same time, and only 2 games were played at this time on Sunday, the early games, as the 4819 game was the Flyers and Blackhawks, and that those names correspond with the Black Hawk helicopter that crashed with an American Eagle plane, Black Hawk, and a Flyer. When that happened, do you know what date that happened on? When you want to guess? January 30th, 1:30.
Wow.
Again, just a reminder, that's Christian Bale, Batman, that's his birthday. 1:30 upside down is 1:30, which relates to the...
Hey, Rambo, really quick. Wasn't it on January 29th? Or maybe, like, I don't know.
My understanding, it was early in the morning of January 30th. But see, that's why I take screenshots.
Yeah.
So CNN has and this is a headline, January 30th, 2025 DC plane. So that's the screenshot. And
no, for sure. Yeah, this is all about what they're showing us. And hey, yeah. Cody, really quick, would you mind just Googling, like, what was the date of the DC collision? I'm just curious what that would show us when we Google it versus what Rambo has timestamped on top of it, right? Like this is stuff that people aren't going to pay attention to the date. Yeah, see, like they're going to give us 2 dates, but that doesn't dilute any of this. It just shows different ways that they're giving us information. You know what I mean?
But
yeah, and there's obviously a reason, I think, for both dates, because in parts of the world it was already January 30th, right? So you have that, and then you have the fact that they probably wanted this to also be a snake year riddle, because this was the first day of the wood snake. So and I connected this with snakes on the plane, and you got snakes. You got a plane going down, and
we're going to go a lot deeper than that with Uncle Sam, played by Samuel L. Jackson, the same birthday as Cooper Flagg, same time that he introduces Kendrick Lamar with all the dancers in the background with the flag. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, so I think I'm almost done. So the fact is, so that's why the screenshots are important, is the fact that they put 130 in front of you. CNN is one of the biggest news outlets. They want you to receive the 130 number. So here's another story from the past. I've done decos on this one. That was on December 22nd, 2005. The head coach at the time of the Indianapolis Colts was Tony Dungy, the former head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They announced that his son, James, had passed away by suicide by hanging. So there's that theme. And then this is from the Patriots.com website reporting on that. Now they're not reporting on it at the time. They're reporting on it the following year. But if in the article it says, and this is just one article I assume most articles would have the same time, but what do they say when his body was found? It was found at 1:30. This is AM. So there's that number again in relation to hanging, the hangman. That was Tony Dungy's son. Now, what I find interesting about Patriots.com, they're reporting this after the fact that in the following year. For whatever reason, Patriots.com chose February 17th in 2000, because this happened in December of 2005. Patriots.com chose February 17th, 2006 to print this story on their website of the hanging suicide of Tony Dungy's son. So we're back again. We're back again to February 17th in relation to the hangman symbolism. And again, 4819 when you spell it out is 130. And so this score has happened in sports as a score, not a record. I'm sure there is some record out there. I'm pretty sure it's going to manifest. But in the year 2020, in the National Football League, the Buffalo Bills, who used to be one of the best teams, used to be the best team in the AFC for several years, had a long drought of a quarter century, and they finally clinched in 2020 the NFC East, their division, for the first time in 25 years, when they defeated the Denver Broncos. And they defeated the Denver Broncos by a score of 48-19, 48-19. And why is this significant? This is the Buffalo Bills we're talking about. And who is it who dropped the Jets to their 19th loss so they could hit 4819 record? It was the Buffalo Sabres. It was the Buffalo Bills who won by a score of 48-19. Now you could say, wait a minute, you're just picking out one game that Buffalo won by that score. 48-19 has happened, who knows how many times, hundreds of times in NFL history. There've been tens of thousands of games. 48-19 as a final score in the NFL has only happened 3 times in NFL history. That is a very rare score. So it's not a number you can just cherry pick.
Yeah. Hey, really quick to further emphasize what Rambo is saying, you guys, is what are the odds? What are the odds? I'm sure most people here probably went through high school education where they tell you about 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you learn division, and then you learn subtraction and multiplication, and then you learn about probability, right? Take everything that Rambo was just talking about and try to just calculate realistically the odds of it lining up like that. It's astronomical. That's the answer, right? And that's why, you know, when it comes to like sports betting and stuff, I'm not one to push it. We have our winnable page for those that want our information to be shared so they can make their own bets and whatever. Point is just look at yesterday with what are the odds that the Chicago Blackhawks are just playing the Flyers. That alone on this date, the same day that the Jets have a potential to drop to 48-19, and all of those things happen, you guys. That's why there was such crazy value on the bet. The Blackhawks were massive underdogs. So were the Sabres. And both of those teams won perfectly with Rambo's 48-19 connections. And also, what are the odds with the Sabres? Yeah, Cody, you know, shout out to you, man. When you showed me that Sabres Trump photo, like just amazing. Like, what are the odds that the Sabres are playing, you know, the Jets? And then what are the odds that the Flyers are playing the Blackhawks? All going back to the Chicago Blackhawks stuff. Like I said earlier, it's very simple connections, but it's a lot of them all at once. So I can understand why it's hard for some people to follow along. But yeah, I just want to emphasize that's the value of this knowledge, is looking further into what's to come. And then if you just challenge yourself to look for it, you're going to see it. That's all you got to do. Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm almost done here. So this was not the only professional sports team that I projected would hit the 4819 record. The other was the Boston Celtics, but this was it's a smoother. It was over fewer games and not as dramatic as this one.
Yeah, it's more obvious, right? It was way more likely that this is.
Yeah, likelihood. The likelihood was like way more. Celtics were so far superior to so they had to go. So what it was on March 1st when I looked at the Boston Celtics, I saw they were 42-18. That means they just had to go a 6-1 in 7 games. And you look at the schedule; they're so far superior to those teams in that 7-game stretch, except
the entire league.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's only one team in that 7-game stretch that is better than they are, and that was the Oklahoma Thunder, who's one of they're like the best record-wise in the NBA. That was the only team in that 7-game stretch who you could say is better than the Celtics. They dominated. They were just completely dominant over all the other opponents in that stretch. And it worked out. This one worked out really smoothly. That's the one team they lost to, and they beat the others. And on March 14th, the Boston Celtics hit 4819. But not as dramatic, as interesting and as intricate in the synchronicity between all the elements in the other one.
If I could just splash in the reminder, right, that this is the exact presentation that Rambo and I talked about last week with Donut on the live stream. And the one thing I just want to reemphasize is that think about code names of presidents, right? So you have Joe Biden, Mr. Celtic. And I say that, but mainly because just look up his Secret Service name. It's Celtic. So what are the odds that in his 4 years in office, 2 of those years, the Celtics are in the finals? And what are the odds too that now with all of this happening, plane crashes, the whole patriotic flag connections. Biden beats Trump to keep him away from a back-to-back term. Then the Celtics, so Joe Biden, once again, Mr. Celtic, is now in office. The Celtics are in the finals two out of those 4 years of his term. And then now as Trump is coming back with this whole kind of reincarnation, the return, Rambo, that's the main thing I'm going to talk about. And that's all you. You were emphasizing how this is a big return theme of what we're seeing and what's to come. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of that. Joe Biden is Celtic. The Celtic beat Trump, right? And then now here we are. Sorry, go ahead.
So the Celtics, they hit the 4819 record, and the Boston Celtics logo is the Hanged Man symbol. And it's not just, so he has cross legs, and you could say, okay, well, anybody with cross legs, you could turn them upside down. It's like Patrick Mahomes, you need that extra element to solidify it, the whole way they focus on the upside down cross at the Super Bowl. You add that to Mahomes' pole, you say, okay, that gives it more credibility. So one deity that is associated, that influences the Hanged Man, is the Norse Scandinavian god Odin. Odin, and some tarot decks use Odin for the Hanged Man. Odin is said to have hung himself, this is self-sacrifice, upside down on the tree of Yggdrasil. And he did that for, this is what the Hanged Man is about, higher knowledge, and higher knowledge does not come easy. You got to suffer for it. But he self-sacrificed. So the Hanged Man, not about, it can be about sacrifice, probably inverted. It's about if someone's sacrificed by someone else. But right side up, where he's upside down, that's self-sacrifice. And before Odin hung himself on the tree of Yggdrasil, he gouged out one of his own eyes. So he's a one-eyed god. So one-eye symbolism, it does have a positive meaning. It's like your third eye. So it's ironic. You only have one eye, yet you see more. Yes, because you see beyond the 3D matrix. And to be able to do that, it's not easy. Nothing that's really worth anything is that easy. So there's always an emphasis on.
And Rambo, if I can emphasize really quickly, I think this is a really important thing to mention. When you think of the 5 senses of the human body, there's only one that requires light, and that is your eye. Any of the other senses do not require light for you to have that sensory, right? I mean, when you're blind, I'm not blind. I don't know what that realm looks like, but I just want to emphasize that that's the whole, human eye, light, and Illuminati, enlightenment. I just wanted to emphasize that recently came to me where I was like, oh my God, yeah, I never thought about that. The eye is the only sensory organ we have that requires light in order for us to have that sensory, right? Because without light, then again, I don't know. I'm not blind. If I was, then maybe, I don't know. But I just wanted to point that out with what you were just talking about.
Yeah, so there's the one-eye theme, which that theme can represent higher consciousness. Odin hung himself upside down on the tree of Yggdrasil, but before he did that, he gouged out one of his eyes. He has kept going a step further and further for higher knowledge. If you see the Boston Celtics logo with Lucky the Leprechaun, he's missing one eye. He only has one eye. He's supposed to be winking, but that doesn't really look a wink. That looks like a swollen eye. That looks how someone's eye might look if they're missing an eyeball. That is a reference to Odin, who is the Hanged Man. So no coincidence that the Boston Celtics with this Hanged Man Odin symbol would end up at 4819 record, the flight number of the plane that landed upside down. I want to say, so that's the end of the this decode, but I want to say how this flight number also applies to the NCAA March Madness basketball tournament, because 4819 is also a date. It's April 8th, 19. What happened on April 8th, 2019? It was the final of the NCAA men's basketball tournament, which we're going through now, which leads me to believe that this plane ritual of Flight 4819 in some way is offering you clues to the NCAA tournament, because the flight number points you to the NCAA final, and that final on 4819 April 8th, 2019 was between the Virginia Cavaliers, who are not in the tournament this year. They defeated Texas Tech in the final. Texas Tech is interesting because, I guess this is basketball, but their most famous alum is Patrick Mahomes, the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs, who did the Hanged Man celebration after winning Super Bowl 58.
Well, how about these interesting parallels too? The Virginia Cavaliers have the same symbol as the Sabres, essentially.
Yeah, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, the crossed.
And their record that year was 35-3, and then we have that the Sabres, they won 5-3, or the other team lost 3-5. It's just crazy almost that they had that record too.
And let's not forget that Patrick Mahomes is the face of the NFL right now still. He went to Texas Tech, and who's the face of the NBA still, who's slowly fading away? LeBron James and but LeBron the Cavs. Of course, LeBron King James gets drafted by his hometown, the Cavaliers. And then you learn more about what are the Cavaliers? Well, they served King Charles, the son of King James. And then it just so happens that LeBron James plays his very first ever NBA game against the Kings. And then it just so happens that LeBron James, Rambo, you'll love this one. Talk about the return, reincarnation. What happened with LeBron James? He was drafted by his hometown. He left, right? He went to the Flaming Basketball. Won 2 of 4 championships. But what happened? He returned. He came back to Cleveland. What happened when he did that? Now he's going up against the Warriors every single year for 4 straight years. It became a meme, you guys. Like, it was a joke. It was like, oh my God, how many times do we need to see this championship? LeBron only won with Cleveland 1 time. And it just so happens to be that LeBron King James, won on the real King James's birthday. You guys, the Cavaliers were down 3-1 in that series. It's a best of 7 series, first of 4. They had to win every single game to even get to the championship and then win it. And that's exactly what happened. And it just so happens to be on the real King James's birthday. That's the kind of stuff that we're bringing to the table. All of the gematria stuff just further cements this, right? So I just want to emphasize that when we're talking about Mahomes, the face of the NFL, we got LeBron, face of the Cavs, even though he's on the Lakers. But anyways, that was my little piece.
Yeah, could you stay on that the graphic for the final, the April 8th, 19 final, because Texas Tech is the alma mater of Patrick Mahomes, even though it's a different sport. But he's the face of Texas Tech now. I remember I talked about earlier in my decode, his birthday lines up with Batman Day, which can be Batman Day, which is September 17th. Take a look at the overtime score. So this game went into overtime. So it was tied in regulation. After the first and second half, it was tied in regulation. Look at the overtime score that determined the championship. It was 9-17. That's Patrick Mahomes' birthday. That's a tribute to Patrick Mahomes. You could say they kind of sacrificed, you could say, Texas Tech for Patrick Mahomes because right after that, he won the next Super Bowl. But we talk about how these things line up. Look at the overtime score, 9-17, which is Patrick Mahomes' birthday. And there's several
just
other
about as perfect. Just about as perfect as you can get, right, Rambo? And right now we have 197 in the chat while you're talking about that, which is kind of like
really?
the anagram.
So
yeah,
so that's my presentation. And you can kind of speculate, is because 4859 takes you right back to this college final at the time of a college final, does that plane, we already see how it ties into stuff. How much more does it tie into? Does it give you clues for the NCAA tournament? Does it give you clues for NHL? How will the Jets do? Does this mean that the Jets necessarily mean that the Jets will win? Or, we can speculate, but definitely it ties into this particular archetype, which again, like I've shown, it's not just about sports. It's Donald Trump. It's the presidency of the United States. It's popular culture, Batman, just across the board. So yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, what a great enlightening presentation. I mean, that first of all, just amazing that you were able to notice that 4819. And funny enough, I was following plane crashes. I just want to give a bit of a story of my plane crash stuff, and then we'll let AJ talk about his March Madness. I know people in the chat are also asking about March Madness, but so when Donald Trump turned 326 Mercury years old, which was on December 19th, that day we had a plane crash on the Buffalo Bills football player Dion Dawkins' property, and me and Bobby Simpson were watching that date because that was the birthday of Jake Gyllenhaal, and Jake Gyllenhaal plays Donnie Darko, who was in the movie about a plane crashing into his house, and that was Jake Gyllenhaal's birthday that day, and that's the day that Trump just happened to turn his Mercury birthday. And I've been telling people that the Mercury birthdays are very important because on Trump's 302nd Mercury birthday, there was a plane crash of Flight 302. On his 302nd Mercury birthday, 302 crashes. And then, again, we were watching this December 19th date because me and Bobby were like, well, this is Jake Gyllenhaal's birthday. He plays Donnie in the plane crash. And so when that happened, and Dion Dawkins, the Bills player, going back to Buffalo again, he just happened to be the player that they said the plane crashed on his property. And then after that, it kind of opened up the floodgates, right? So let's go through them. You had Dion Dawkins' plane crash on Trump's Mercury birthday. The next day, you had a market attack in Germany. Think about it. Mercury, markets, cars running into markets, Mercury transportation, Mercury markets. Then a few days later, you had a plane crash on Christmas in Kazakhstan or whatever that country was. On Christmas, there was that plane crash there. And then, was it 2 days or 3 days later, you had that huge crash of Jeju Air in Korea on the death date of Jimmy Carter, who was from Plains, Georgia, and the plane crashed on his birthday, Flight 2216, which had huge connections to the NFL and the scores that were 2216. I did a whole video about the 2216, and so did Gematrinator. We both did videos about that. But then, because a Mercury year is 88 days. That's or roughly 88. It's 87.696 or something like that. So in that 88-day span of Jake Gyllenhaal's birthday, Donnie Darko, we had so many plane crashes. And the reason I think that was an important Mercury birthday, let me just bring it up real fast so I can show you, because it was Trump's 326th Mercury birthday. See right here on the Gematrinator calculator, you can calculate the Mercury birthdays. So he turned 326 Mercury years old. And I think this is, not only did we have so many plane crashes around that time because it was Jake Gyllenhaal's birthday, but also because this 326 number was also the number that manifested the year before on the bridge collapse. And then we had planes collapsing out of the sky. So I think that was part of it. And also, I believe Dion Dawkins equals 326 in satanic gematria, and that plane crashed on Dion Dawkins. Something of Dion Dawkins equals 326. I can't remember if it's his full name or what, but yeah. So we had that, and then we had all the plane crashes after that, and then as soon as Trump's Mercury birthday, so that Michael Jordan plane crash was also during Trump's Mercury birthday, during his 326, the same year, and then that ended on St. Patrick's Day. And the reason that was important is because the new head of transportation first of all, the transportation secretary took office one day before the collision of the helicopter and the plane, and his name is Patrick Duffy. And Trump's 326 Mercury birthday just happened to end on St. Patrick's Day, and we're talking about Patrick Mahomes. And the whole Super Bowl this year, Thomas Patrick Edward Brady was calling Patrick Mahomes Patrick. And the flight that crashed into the helicopter on that day was the Pat. The title for it was the Pat. So you had, and I've already shown how Mercury is clearly very tied to St. Patrick's Day, because St. Patrick kicked the snakes out of Ireland, and then Mercury has the caduceus with the snakes. And if you type in Mercury and you go to the Fibonacci cipher, you actually get 317, which is the date of St. Patrick's Day. Like there. And this cipher is relevant because when you type in Jorge Mario Bergoglio, the 201 guy, the guy who's all about 201, when you type in Jorge Mario Bergoglio in Fibonacci, it equals 1229, the 201st prime. So this cipher I've found is very relevant. And but so yeah, the St. Patrick's thing, I actually did a video a month before St. Patrick's Day saying I'm seeing this Patrick riddle. And also think about the word Patrick, it has the word trick in it, Mercury the trickster. And so yeah, what happened on St. Patrick's Day was, well, we got the 2 days before that, we got the news of the Alien Act that Trump reinforced. And that was actually one day after I made a video about Michael Jordan and aliens. So I made a video on March 14th out of nowhere. I had no idea why this reality was leading me to aliens and Michael Jordan. But then that next day, after I did a video on Michael Jordan and the alien connection, we had Trump doing the Alien Act, the Enemy's Alien Act, or whatever it was called. And that tied into Mercury too, because he was trying to fly these illegal aliens out of the country on planes. And so the judge was trying to tell them to turn the planes around and bring these people back, right?
It makes me wonder, Cody, with what you're talking about, it makes me think of LeBron James. Talk about the return of Space Jam.
Yeah.
The return of Space Jam, right? Who was the one that returned Space Jam? LeBron James, the king,
LeBron
right?
James,
Yeah. So once again, tying back right into just Kobe, Jordan, the snake, now LeBron. Let's not forget, you guys, LeBron James, the night before the Kobe died, LeBron James passed Kobe in all-time scoring. In Philadelphia, there was only one game that year that the Lakers were playing Philly. So just 1 out of an 82 chance. You can look at those odds. And then also, what are the odds that it just so happens to be the night before Kobe died in a helicopter crash? He's from Philly, right? So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's a great point, because the video I made right before Trump did the Alien Act, here it is right here. I don't think I've ever titled a video anything aliens ever. Maybe one other video on my 400 video channel. And for some reason, again, this code sometimes leads you. I didn't necessarily even want to make a video about aliens that day. It's just that's where the research led me. And the reason I saw that is because I kept seeing this code with the Dream Team of 1992 and Michael Jordan. and the aliens. And remember, in Space Jam, notice I even put the Space Jam logo right there on the front. And I put Cody Rhodes there because Cody Rhodes was in the very stadium that same night on March 14th. He was in the very stadium that the Bulls won, the 1992 Dream Team won the gold medal. And Cody Rhodes, with the gold hair, the golden child of WWE, he has the dream tattooed right on his chest there. You can't see it from there, but yeah, and it was in Spain. And that same night, we had the blackout in Cuba. And Cody, the guy with the dream on his thing, his nationality, his mom is Cuban.
Cody sounds a lot like Kobe. And
Right, yeah.
I know you know there's people out there right now that are like, wow, Cody. Is Cody the Decoder? Right? Is he orchestrating all this? It's just like, you know what I mean? In other words, my point is when you take the time to know, right? That's Rambo's whole thing. He dedicates his life to just knowing. And I emphasize the more that you know as a person, right? Know thyself. Jesus says in the Bible, I am within you, right? So to know thyself and to lean inward, these are the kinds of connections that every single one of you guys will find. If you take the time to do it, as the Bible says as well, knock and the door will be opened. Ask and you shall receive. But you have to ask before receiving. You have to knock on the door before it opens. So just want to throw that in there.
I'm glad you shared that too, because that's really, when I'm making videos and I'm making connections, I'm just following, like, it's not even me sometimes doing it. Like, I don't want to make it seem like I'm being controlled by something. I mean that the numbers are leading me, but I don't know why they're leading me to a certain conclusion. And then maybe sometimes the next day I'll find out why I was talking about aliens. You know, I had no idea that the next day Trump was going to declare the Enemies Alien Act. And then you can see that, you know, I had reason to talk about aliens because I noticed that Cody Rhodes had played a character named Stardust in the background there, which is an alien type character. So I had noticed this alien pattern. And what's funny is if you type in alien in gematria, this is what really got me thinking about the alien thing, was alien equals dream. And pretty much, all ciphers. So that's why I made a video on dreams and aliens, right? And it was just so wild that Michael Jordan ended up being, I think that's the first video I ever really made about Michael Jordan, to be honest. So it's all so crazy. And I know I'm just speaking about what Rambo just always does too. And I'm just wondering if Rambo, sometimes these connections kind of lead you, or if you're kind of, you know, have that same kind of feeling sometimes where you're kind of being led by the matrix itself down these different patterns that you're finding.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not doing confirmation bias, and which sometimes you can't help it, like you get attached to a decode. Like, I'll be honest, like when I was on the 48119 thing, you're supposed to be objective, whatever. I started like really rooting for it. Like I really wanted. Yeah, you have this great decode. Like I really hope this happens. Like, but you know, technically you're not supposed to. You're supposed to just.
And we all were, and we saw it happen, and that's all we're showing is that, hey, look how it happened, you know. And we've been talking about it for a while. Sorry, Rambo.
Yeah, but I'd say so. Very often, what happens in my decodes, I will just talk about a person or some entity that's not in the news, and after I talk about them, they'll be in the news. I mean, I have many examples of that. I was talking about the Hamas leader. I didn't know who the leader of Hamas is because they keep killing the leaders of Hamas. Well, you know, officially they were killed. I said, look, let me look up who the current leader of Hamas is. Someone named Yahya Sinwar. So I did a decode on Yahya Sinwar, and the decode had with Bohemian Grove. And I don't want to go into that whole decode again, but I don't know if you're familiar. Most people are, I guess, with the cremation of care ritual at Bohemian Grove, where they have the stone owl. It's like 35 feet or something. It's like a concrete owl. And they do a mock sacrifice of a human, a mock human sacrifice And every business and political leader attends that. And I figured out just from seeing on the past cremation of cares in previous years, I was able to calculate that the most recent one was the 144th. I saw Yahya Sinwar, his name's something 144. And I figured out when it usually happens, because mainstream media has talked about the cremation of care and Bohemian Grove. And they have a college professor who did a book about it. And from all these different examples, I figured they usually do the cremation around the 23rd. Again, there's that date again, July 23rd. I said that's a huge date for so many reasons. That's about the time that they do cremation of care, and that's Benjamin Netanyahu. That's when he visited the United States, and the whole United States Congress with a few Democrats, House members, but most Democrats all bowed down to Benjamin Netanyahu, like that's your leader apparently. But he was there. He did that presentation in the Capitol at in the House of Representatives on July 23rd. And we were just talking about that date. That is around the time they do the cremation of care. This is a huge ritual date. You can't oversee it. It's Neptunalia. It's Halakha rising of Sirius. And that's also the time at which they do the cremation of care, a mock human sacrifices to the fires of a stone owl. They're kind of mocking a Canaanite ritual, which probably was done with real humans in the past. So but my point was, I was just talking about Yahya Sinwar because I just saw his name in his gematria 144 is the 144th cremation of care, and Benjamin Netanyahu was here at the same time. A little bit of side note. This is mainstream. You can just type this in. It's mainstream. This is not conspiracy stuff. Everybody knows it's a fact. Benjamin Netanyahu funds Hamas. He funds them. They're on the same side. This is the president of EU made a speak. It's mainstream. It's a known fact that Israel actually funds Hamas. Netanyahu is pro-Hamas. So what's going on here? 144th cremation of care. Yahya Sinwar 144, and then Netanyahu's here at the time of the cremation, so that was kind of funny. But anyway, I just thought I'd mention him, and then within, I think, a week after I did that release of video, they announced that Yahya Sinwar had been assassinated, and it's one of those, those deaths. Somebody wrapped with their head wrapped in a towel. You can't identify the person, but that was the evidence that they presented. Look, we killed him with a drone, and it's a person wrapped in a towel. You killed who? It's I don't know. But yeah. So that was that's like a long-winded, example of how I will mention something that's not in the news or someone, and then it'll end up in the news. And Yahya Sinwar was an example, and there are many others. But
yeah, definitely agree. I have that happen often, and this Michael Jordan and alien thing was one of the most recent ones, and that's kind of what. But we'd actually found out about the alien thing a week before because I had did a pretty crazy decode on the gematria, the killing name. I had actually I pretty much think I cracked why the Pope got sick on Valentine's Day, and then the band Slipknot played gematria, the killing name, 14 days later on 2/28 because. Well, first of all, the song "Gematria: The Killing Name" equals 214, like the date the Pope went to the hospital. But if you go back, you'll see that the singer of Slipknot mentioned the only way we will ever perform this song "Gematria: The Killing Name" is if the Pope was in attendance.
Yeah,
and
I remember that. Wow.
And so the Pope gets sick and goes in the hospital on 2/14, and then 14 days later, or 2 weeks, like 2 weeks or 14 days, 2/14, they play that song. And they played it, and the first song they played on the set list that night was Sick. Like the Pope was sick.
Hey, and just so you know, Cody, I guess as a slow drip, as we will eventually get to college basketball, the head coach of Florida. Florida had they were about to lose. They're a big favorite chance to get to the tournament, to get to the championship. They won, But just think about Trump and Mar-a-Lago. But the head coach of Florida, his last name is Pope. So.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, yeah, I didn't even get a chance to look a lot into the basketball, but that's crazy. I didn't know his last name was Pope. And then how he's connected with this this Pope thing. And then the Pope, he comes out of the hospital now and the Pope went into the hospital one day after he turned 32200 days old. Can you believe that? And that was the 322 day left in the year. Like, come on now. Like, he goes into the actually, on the day he went into the hospital, he was 32201. So he had the 322201 in his age on the day he went in the hospital. The two numbers that are most associated with Skull and Bones and Jesuit order. And then he was in the hospital until pretty much 322. Like, that's the day that he was or just hours after 322 ended, he was out. So how perfect it was. That's what it was. That's what it was all about. And, and then today, today, I just wanted to mention today because today is actually a very significant day. Today is Damar Hamlin's birthday, who collapsed on the field. And it's exactly 2 years and 81 days since he collapsed, which is the 60th prime. Well, today is also the 60th birthday of the dead man, The Undertaker, whose last match was a boneyard match where he buried a wrestler. And one of the last things Trump did before his election was go on The Undertaker's podcast called 6 Feet Under. And so there's something going, I'm not saying anything's going to happen today, or it's almost already over today, but today's the 60th birthday of The Undertaker. It's 2 years, 81 days after Damar Hamlin collapsed, which is the 60th prime. And it's 60 months after The Undertaker's last match.
Hey, Cody.
The dead man equals 60 in one of the reduction ciphers.
Cody, you said it 3 times, Undertaker. What was the biggest thing that Rambo's just been talking about? Under.
Right.
The land down under. You know,
upside down.
Yeah, Drake being in the land down under, Mr. the Six, Toronto, and then the plane goes upside down in Toronto while Drake is in the land down under, and then now you add in the Undertaker. That's all I wanted to add.
I want to say more about today's date. So you said it's the Undertaker's birthday and it's Damar Hamlin's birthday.
It's also Peyton Manning's birthday.
Exactly. And that's a key one. You remember what Peyton Manning's key play call is? It's his signature.
Omaha,
yeah.
And now they're not going to tell you that. I did this in a decode. Where did that play call come from? They have all these nonsense explanations. Where's the real reason? Peyton Manning only played for horse-themed teams. He played for the Colts and the Broncos. Omaha is a Triple Crown winning horse. What do you think the birthday of the horse Omaha is? It's today. Omaha's birthday is March 24th, and it's Peyton Manning's birthday by sheer coincidence, who only plays for horse teams. And that is why he says Omaha. It's homage to that horse. But it's also a very powerful, sound has vibration. Omaha is very powerful vibrationally. But there's another birthday today. The mayor of Toronto, Olivia Chow.
Oh,
upside down. It's Olivia Chow's birthday as well.
It's Harry Houdini's birthday too. I'm sure did he ever hang upside down? Maybe
he must have. Yeah, that's probably pretty standard for.
Yeah.
So David Blaine is like, you can tell he's influenced by Houdini. He's like a modern day Houdini.
You know what's crazy with because Rambo, you and I have talked about this. We've all seen your videos about that with Peyton Manning, and now of course he's the face of all kinds of companies. The Year of the Horse. Another example about just kind of how we're showing what's being presented to us in the mainstream, but then how it is so interconnected. And with what we just pointed out about today, specifically birthdays and all of that, the moment that you, Rambo, reiterated about the horse connections and with just everything lining up, And Cody, you and I talking earlier before we started this live about our connections there. I was born in the year of the horse. 1990 is the year of the horse.
Me too.
There you go, right? So
I was born in 1990. Wait, when is your birthday again?
Yeah.
When is your birthday again? Yeah, when's your birthday again?
That's another perfect example. Why maybe this year is the year where I'm really seeing it tied to me, and I'm not one to try to make this about me. It's just showing how powerful this is when you lean into the knowledge and you want to learn more. If you want to know, make sure that you're ready for it. I was born on the Ides of March 15th. Right. I just had my 35th. Cody, what were you and I talking about 3 and 5 and everything with the 4819 stuff? That was the first thing that you caught your eye on. I just had my 35th birthday. I was born on the Ides of March. And one of the biggest things that Rambo shared with me when we talk offline is, oh, that's funny. The Ides of March, the stabbing of Julius Caesar. And it just so happens that I have an eye on Cooper de Jean and all the flag stuff. And it happens in Caesar's Superdome. Right. Named after Julius Caesar, the date that he was stabbed to death, as we're told. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah.
Yeah, that's really crazy how you're lined up with that. And I had no idea you were born in 1990. We were only born 96 days apart, man.
Wait, you were born, oh my.
Wait, is the 96 important to you at all? Because I mean,
hold on a second. No. Hold on a second. You were born on June 19th, 1990?
Yeah.
I chimed in earlier about the whole King James stuff as one of the greatest examples of LeBron King James returning to Cleveland.
Yeah, and guess where my dad's from? Cleveland area. That's where my dad is from, and I'm from Ohio, so yeah.
And I had a little stint in Cincinnati. There's a whole thing about that, but hold on, really quick. Cody, I did not know you were born on that day. And this is just, once again, another example of just literally what we've been talking about on this live today. June 19th, 2016. 2016. The Cleveland area code is the same date that LeBron James came back. He returned to Cleveland. The Cavs went down 3-1. There was no chance in hell that Cleveland, if all of this was completely organic, comes back and wins on. You are born on the real King James's birthday. You're born on that day. That was the day that it happened. This is what I'm talking about. And that just hit my brain because I didn't know that that was your birthday. But I was emphasizing that earlier, right? About like these kind of monumental things that happen. And here's just another
that was just kind of the
example. What are the odds of that? You know,
that was just kind of the thing I didn't get a chance to explain to you earlier about how I connect to King James and King Charles and Cody Rhodes.
Yeah, Cody Rhodes about that. Yeah,
no, I'm about ready to.
I didn't know that that was your birthday. So
yeah, and I know you told me that yours was March 15th, but I had no idea you were born the same year as me. I didn't know you were born in 1990.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the example that we're showing real time right now about if you lean into the knowledge, you're going to see how it's not only interconnected with, as they say, history repeats itself, but when you lean into it, you're going to get to a point where you're going to see how connected each and every single one of us are into what we are all experiencing right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I've had so much like connections with all kinds of different people that I decode with, like Sean, for instance, who I haven't seen him in the chat, but hopefully he's watching that. But yeah, Sean and Casey and Derek, and we've all had just crazy. Once you start leaning into the code, you start seeing just amazing organic stuff come out. And it's like, okay, well, not only do you have this this clear stuff going on in the media, but you also have behind it some sort of really organic code that's really playing out. And yeah, it really makes you stop and
as the saying goes, truth truly is stranger than fiction, right, Rambo? Like we don't even have the mental capacity to create a crazier story than what we're living in, right?
You have a general idea of what my life is like. That statement, truth is stranger than fiction, but that applies to me more than I can't imagine.
Rambo, really quick. If you're okay with it, you don't have to, but would you mind sharing the story that you shared with me the other day about you were telling your friend about what you're expecting, and he was kind of laughing at it, and then all of a sudden it happened, and you just saw a change in him?
No, that's in general. So when I describe what I'm going through, what I have been going through, it's okay. Some people will believe me to an extent, but I don't really describe the whole extent of it. See, most people who are targeted, the problem they have is nobody believes them. But I really don't have that problem. Most people believe me, especially because look at the community I'm in, and even people I know personally. They do believe me, but it's hard to describe the extent of it. When I describe the extreme extent of it, then it becomes like a little skeptical. So I personally would not believe it unless I experience it. So what you're just talking about is when I have a friend of mine, very close friend for a long time. So he can be really, he'll just be really frank with me because that's how I feel really good friends. He said, "Nah, I think you're," he said, "You're a small fry," he says. The entities you're describing, which is, come on, who has access to earthquake technology? I mean, come on, like he believes me that the house shook, but it still can't wrap his head around, and neither can I. I'm not claiming that I didn't think I was that big a deal. I really didn't. Who has access to that's Raytheon technology? Yes, that's Pentagon technology. It's not something that I've even heard of people using. Like, who are you that they're going to roll it out on you and no one's ever heard of it? Yeah, so he was skeptical. He said, "You're a small fry. Entities that powerful wouldn't dedicate as much manpower. The manpower is staggering, and technology on you." So that's the story I was telling you. He's skeptical. He said, "You're a small fry," which I agree. I thought I was a small fry too. I'm not offended. I understand why it's hard to believe. And this was at night, in the suburbs. It was like, it's in late spring, about this time of year. It's at night. It's like 11 at night, almost. Yeah, 11 something at night. Everything's empty. All the stores are closed. There are a couple of bars open. They're closing. Like one bar is open. It's almost about to close. There's nobody there in the parking lot, and they see an SUV come speeding in with high beams, or does a U-turn, which I get that all the time. Like, no matter what location, they like to do the U-turn and with the high beams. But he also, that's what kind of, yeah, it kind of, it shook him a little bit. Like, what was that? Like, who does that? Who just comes out of the blue in the middle of, nowhere, in the suburbs, when there's no one around, it's late at night, and does that? Why would they just do it? I said, like, this is what I'm talking about. So it wasn't anything like super dramatic, I'd say, but he has come around because he's seen, like, we've hung out in areas like that at night when there's no one there, and you'll see cars will do stakeouts. I'm not exaggerating. Stakeouts. They will stay more than one. So some will do the stakeout, or they'll just park. I get this all the time, but they'll leave the lights on to let me know, because then otherwise, if the lights aren't on, it's just a parked car. Like, I get it. Like, okay, you want to be noticed, and then another car will come, and these people. I mean, I'm curious about these people. They will just sit as long as I'm there. They'll sit there in that car until I leave. It's multiple cars. It's like this is how you treat organized crime, or But no, I'm not part of any group. I have no money. It's just me, and that's the response. It's an army with high tech. It's just the truth. I'm not claiming to be anything. I thought I was a small fry. I'm not claiming. I'm just reporting the response that I get. And that's kind of, you can see how that kind of offsets. Also, you have this hellish experience. Even Joey was saying he wouldn't be able to sleep. I talked about Joey. He said he wouldn't be able to sleep if it was happening to him. That's understandable. But the flip side is, what does it say about you? That's kind of how it balances. I see it as a part of the journey to enlightenment. I made up my mind, like you said, like you grasped what I said, how one of the things I'd like to do is just know. I have this desire to know. I just want to know, just know the truth. And you put that energy out to the universe and says you want to know. Okay, I will show you. And
exactly. Like that. This is a biblical. I'm no Bible thumper, but I think we all agree that the Bible is extremely important in this lens of looking at things. And it's just, in other words, it's as clear as day. If you want to know, are you sure? Are you sure that you want to know? Cody, this goes back to me telling you about, in Rambo, I wanted to ask you, if you haven't seen it, I strongly recommend anybody to go watch the movie called Don't Worry, Darling. Don't Worry, Darling. And it's all about the Matrix. It's all about a simulation and essentially someone realizing they're in the simulation.
Don't give away too much.
I mean, that's just the premise. They know they're in it. They want out. It's just like the Truman Show. Same thing. But now it's elevated. It's merged with Black Mirror. If anybody out there likes Black Mirror and they like the Truman Show, you sure as hell better watch Don't Worry, Darling. And shout out to my wife. She kind of forced my hand to watch it, and I know she knows what I'm about. And she was like, "You need to watch this movie." And I watched it 2 days ago. It embodies exactly what we're talking about, you guys. So that's all.
Well, the Truman Show is real. I see it every day.
Yeah.
I'm literally. So the scenes I experience every day. People are not. When you see people driving around and walking around and doing their, you assume they're there for a reason. They're, work related or just personal errands or leisure or going to the gym. And that's not the case. No, we're not. These people are told to be there. They're told what to wear. They're told where to drive. Believe it or not. So this is something I never would have known unless I lived it. And I don't expect anyone to believe it. That's fine. The Truman Show, it is a version of the Truman Show. Absolutely. It's astonishing. I don't know. That's all I can say. It's surreal. You said it. You summed it up. The truth is stranger than fiction. And I'm living that every day.
But that is because you chose to open the door. You said, yes, I want to know. And that is a big part of this movie I was talking about, is that you have to make the decision to be in or out of whatever this is that we're living in. So that's kind of my theme, is like, if you want to know, make sure you know what comes with it, or at least be mentally prepared that, hey, guess what? There's a reason why most people don't care to know. Because they're comfy, right? They want to live in their comfy bubble. It goes back to the Matrix. That's why
ignorance is bliss.
That's why Cypher at the end of the Matrix decides he wants to go back and eat his steak. Like after everything he learned, right? He chose to go back. He wanted to go back.
The irony about Cypher, he said ignorance is bliss, but he actually is not ignorant. He actually was aware of the Matrix. So most people aren't aware of the Matrix. Most people are part of the Matrix. In that respect, Cypher, even though he said ignorance is bliss, he actually was not ignorant. He was fully aware of the Matrix and fully aware of the fakeness of his reality, but said, you know what, it's comfortable. So in that respect, I'd say, despite the fact that he said ignorance is bliss, he was far from ignorant. He knew. He was fully conscious of the fakeness of his reality.
But that's the point, right? It's like, if you choose to open the door and you actually do get what you want, in other words, hey, you want the knowledge? Yeah. Now that you have it, he wants to go back.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? That's my point. Yeah, it's just interesting, right? Because he realized, he was like, you know what? Knowing is really, really, it's a hard journey, right? We're all going through our own paths, and it's not easy. It is the hardest path, in my opinion, that you can take.
I mean, it's different for everybody. Everybody has their life path, whole journey.
Of course.
And it's not everybody necessarily has to get zapped by EMF weapons.
I mean, I can only imagine how it's affecting your health, because we already know it's horrible for your health to be around EMS, but to be getting blasted by it is just like ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what health issues will arise. I don't know. I have no idea. But I mean, it is.
Yeah,
I realized. I mean, I had a sense of self. I want to know. It's just it's part of the soul's journey. I mean, I didn't come here to hunker down. I get clearly nothing against people who do. Everyone's on a different soul's path to hunker down with, a nice wife and a couple of kids in the suburbs, and a nice house, and have healthy children, go to good schools, and you get your 9 to 5, your retirement, and then you move on. That's not why I'm here. And I tried to do those things because I used to want to do those things. That's what I wanted. Nothing ever worked out. That was just not. My house burned down in 2019. The whole building burned down, and it was not a coincidence. I look back and
Rambo, I'll tell you this. Rambo, I'll tell you this. With you and I just being bodybuilders at heart, I've dropped 40 pounds since kind of changing just my mindset and what I care about. There was a time in my life where that was my life. Like, talk about a full-time job, right? What do you want, right? All I'm saying is Rambo, if you never took this intellectual journey, I am so confident that you would be right up there with Ronnie Coleman.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be that far, but I'd say, workouts. I mean, working out. I used to take half the day. Honestly, if you start from the beginning, getting ready for the work, and you also have to. I used to be intense. You know what it's like. You don't just go in and you need to get in the right mindset. It's almost like an athlete getting ready to, perform in a game.
Right.
You take it seriously. Like you see the hardcore lifters in there. You don't talk to them. They're focused. They got their music on. Their hoodie. You don't. I wasn't like that extreme, but it was. It took half the day. Seriously.
In other words, you have to make that decision that's where you want to put your time, right? And that's all I'm saying. We all have that decision of whether or not we want to put our time into knowing, or do we want to put our time into anything else? And I'm not saying that anything else is the wrong decision. We all have to make choices, right?
It's good to have a balance. It's body, mind, spirit. So you can't ignore the body. It's just you don't necessarily have to,
of course,
be Mr.
I mean, with me personally, I used to have a lot of. I mean, I used to be more physical in my younger years too. I mean, I'm not even that old now, but 34, and I know that I do put more energy now into the mental part of this reality than I do my physical part. But I still take care of my body. I eat well. I'm one of these people in the world I've never been drunk. I've never drank alcohol. I've never drank coffee even. I've never smoked a cigarette, never did a drug. I've been completely clean my whole life. And I'm not saying that to be like, look at me, but just I've always been really against anything that just seemed like it was going to harm me. So, but that's actually a good thing now in my life because I'm not as physical as I used to be. I mean, I move a lot. In fact, I don't sit anymore. I stand while I'm this whole show. I've been standing because I don't like sitting, but I eat well and I eat clean. I try to, stay away from foods that are racked with sugars and preservatives and just the junk stuff. But that's a good thing because I'm not as physical as I used to be. So I'm not as, I'm not as fit as I used to be. Let's say that, but I still think the eating aspect, if you do that well and you just, but I also don't like to like stress my body out so much as I used to. I used to go way too hard. And especially when I had a job, I used to lift things that I shouldn't be lifting by myself and hurting my back and neck. So it is a balance, like Rambo said. You have to have, you have to try to apply every aspect to every part of your life and not get too much. But in this part of my life, though, I would say I'm a little bit unbalanced in the fact that I'm very mental with this decoding and stuff. But I guess in a way I always have been, because before that I was a musician. And musician is also a mental thing, really, but it's a mix of spiritual and mental capacity. Because once you got the mental aspects of learning the music down, like the guitar, then you actually have to lean into the spiritual part where you feel the music rather than just play it mentally. So, yeah, just wanted to touch on that because that's a good thing. Eating balanced, living balanced, and trying to just, go through life and be in a balanced state, I guess.
Yeah, mind, body, spirit. Your body is actually an antenna from the spirit world. Mm-hmm. It's an antenna to the spirit world, and your body's a temple. I guess to use a Christian term, just think the body is a temple. You still have to take care of it. No, I'm not saying try to be there's a limit. Even then, I mean, I'm not faulting anyone if that's your passion and some physical kind of fitness competitor type stuff, and people do that for their entire life. There's some people in their 70s and 80s like are in amazing shape. They've been dedicated to bodybuilding their entire life, and they're in unbelievable shape in their 70s and 80s. That's fine. I mean, that's their life path. It depends if that's their life path. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. If that's your life path and it resonates with you, and you feel yes, I'm living my purpose. Okay, then that's fine. But I can tell, among us, that's not the be all end all. Not that it's a bad thing again, but absolutely, it's balance, mind, body, spirit. Absolutely, if you can balance those as best you can.
Yep.
Yeah, and hey, I think that's a perfect segue, I guess, into my segment. I'll say right now, Rambo. First of all, once again, last week, I made it a point to not follow up after you, because I mean, come on, who's going to have insight that is better than Rambo's? So I'll tell you guys right now, the juice is already out. But
I mean, just to say, I mean, thanks for the compliment, but I don't know. That's why it's a round table. Everybody brings. Both of you guys bring stuff that I would never see. I mean, Cody gets his rave reviews. I keep hearing Cody being raved about by my own patrons. They don't stop talking about Cody.
Yeah,
and you have your insight too. Remember, you came with the Cooper flag thing. You predicted that who'd score the touchdown right after, and you couldn't believe that you came up with it and nobody else did.
All I said was, everybody look at Cooper Flag, because everybody's looking at Saquon Barkley, who averaged over 2 touchdowns essentially every single game all year. And everyone was talking about Saquon Barkley. Kind of reminds me of Charles Barkley. He's got his own Philly connections, but there was a meme, or not a meme, a post from like ESPN that said that there was more money on Saquon Barkley of the Philadelphia Eagles to score a touchdown than money on who's going to win or lose the game. And it was just that surface level view of, well, it's Saquon Barkley. Kind of reminds me of, a lot of other beast running backs where it's like, come on, he's not going to get in one time. It was all about Saquon Barkley, but because they emphasized it was also his birthday, they were like, come on, Saquon Barkley isn't going to get in the Super Bowl on his birthday. That didn't happen. What did happen was another Philadelphia Eagle who had the same birthday as Saquon Barkley, and no one talked about it. But the odds were extremely unlikely, especially because he's on the defensive side of the ball. If you're on offense, okay, you could draw a play to give him the ball and make that align the way it did. But no, he had a pick six he's a rookie. And it was his 22nd birthday, and Eagles equals 22. That's a lot of what I've been talking about the day before the Super Bowl. Then that happened. And then that's kind of this new little kind of path of what I've been looking at myself. And it's just so amazing how, with linking up with you, Cody, with Rambo, Joey, you know, that this is a community with like-minded people that have different things to share. And it's just blowing my mind how much all of this, each of these different little paths are all coming together so perfectly. It's just,
yeah, I wanted to touch on that real fast before you start. I don't want to cut it off too long.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was like, I love that I'm able to do this with you guys tonight, because I've wanted to be with Rambo for a while. I've also wanted to connect with you since I met you through Sean. And, but just to be able to do these roundtables and be like this. Right now, my channel on YouTube, I'm very blessed that I have one of the bigger gematria channels on YouTube now, behind Derek, I would say, and behind Zach. So, and I really want to be that place where the community can come together and share all their individual angles of this, because we all have our angles we're looking at this. And when we bring it together, how much more can we see collectively? And how much more can we first, and the best part about it is we can have a community where we can support each other instead of pushing each other away like some people, not going to name names, but like having that community where, yeah, every week I'd like to do a roundtable on a specific time date and have different people cycle in and out and just build more of a community here on YouTube. And then you guys have the Instagram stuff. I mean, especially Joey, and he has, I think he has a lot of followers on Instagram, doesn't he? So like, I don't have any Instagram followers. I have maybe like 15 people that follow me, but like, so yeah, that's just kind of what I wanted to point to, is that we all have our own piece we're trying to break here. And, it's really amazing to be able to do it with you guys today and finally get a chance to do this, because it's really kind of, I'm the person that's always been the bringer together of people. Like when I formed my first band, or one of my first bands, I was the guy that brought the band together. And then the two people I brought together in the band, they ended up getting married and having like 4 kids, you know, the girl and the guy. And I'm no longer in the band with them, but like, I can always look back at that and say, oh, wow. I mean, I actually introduced them, and then they were in a band together with me, and then they ended up falling in love, and then they ended up having a family. So, and that's kind of what I want to be to this community. Because I love everyone in this community. And even if I don't always agree with everyone, or if I don't see the same, which most of the time I'm open-minded to everything, so I don't really have a problem with that. But that's just kind of my
Cupid. You're Cupid, basically.
Cupid, yeah. That's a good way to look at it, yeah. So, but that's just kind of that's kind of the overview of how I wanted to add to what you were saying, AJ, is that everyone has their own piece, and I feel like if this community started working together more, I mean, we got so many amazing decoders in the chat today. We have Zenith of the Alpha. He has a channel, amazing. Visionary Vet, I believe you have a channel. I could probably go on and on. I know that there was a channel in here earlier called 7154. He has a channel about the Golden Gate Bridge. His work on the Golden Gate Bridge will blow your mind, man. He has a book called Gematria Book. And he talks about what he believes eventually will be a ritual at the Golden Gates. He makes a lot of good points on it. And I've read through most of the book now. So he has a channel. And then we have Joseph Aquaviva. I'm not sure if he's still in here, but so many people. And I feel very blessed to have them all here on my channel today. And I just feel blessed to have all these people. And so thank you to both you also for being here.
The illusion is pretty good too. I shout out the illusion.
Adam, oh, yeah.
Adam, yeah,
yes.
He's very good, yeah.
Yes, I haven't seen him in here today, but I have had him on the stream at least, I don't know how many times, but multiple times on my stream. And
I will tell you this, in my experience with this journey of truth, right, in different parts of the world, right, as we speak. And I've had the blessing of getting to know Adam the Illusion, and also actually meeting him in person, which then led to me meeting Joey, which then led to me meeting Sean, all in the same moment. We all actually met each other in the flesh, right? So And it was all because of what Adam, the illusioner, and I decided to do. We built a little side connection. I wanted, I was going to be in Southern California. He said he was wanting to go back. And sure enough, we made it happen. And we just let the people that we know that, hey, this is where we'll be. And sure enough, I connected with Sean and Joey. And then the rest is history, So in other words, I do encourage just if you can connect with people any way you can, please do. Because I do agree with the purpose of this connection.
Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that you literally connected with all three of them pretty much simultaneously, and I didn't know you had a connection with the Illusion, because he's also one of my favorite. I don't get a chance to watch him often because usually I'm asleep by the time he's streaming, but I do really enjoy what he talks about and what he brings. And I don't know if he's in here, but much love to him. And
absolutely,
he's the best decoder of soccer too. Soccer is the most popular sport in the world. That's actually my favorite sport. I mean, I try not to focus too much on sports. I do because you have to, but no, soccer is actually my number one sport, and I have to. He by far, I don't think anyone comes close to him on decoding soccer. He's just at his own level.
No one's you're right. No one is. He's the soccer decoder for sure. He is the place to go for that. I know that for sure. And I don't know much about soccer. Being an American who grew up in Ohio with football and basketball and baseball, that's what it was for me. Actually, my family's favorite sport was hockey. So it's interesting that this decode we did today was the sport we focused on a lot was hockey, because that was actually my favorite sport.
Well, actually, now a lot of Americans are buying English soccer teams in England. And even Tom Brady. So in soccer around the world, it's not like American sports. You actually have divisions. You can get relegated from the top division. So imagine being relegated from Major League Baseball to AAA. That's actually what it's like. That's a rough example. But Tom Brady has not a Premier League team, but a lower division team. Tom Brady bought a team. I think Ryan Reynolds bought a lower division team. The owners of Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they own Manchester United. The owner of the Rams owns Arsenal. The owners of the Boston Red Sox owns Liverpool. So in general, what I'm saying is Americans own a lot of British teams and English teams, and a lot of them are NFL owners as well. And I mean, the owner of the Las Vegas Golden Knights, the hockey, he owns a team in the English Premier League. So there's a very strong American connection. So if you're into American sports, it's a good chance like the owner of teams you're familiar with also own a team in England, soccer.
Yeah, I did not know that. That's interesting info.
Yeah.
All right, AJ, I guess we better let you get to your thing, because we're already 3.5 hours in, so we'll let you get to this. Great, but yeah, I'm interested to see what you got here. So
I appreciate it, Cody. Just want to double check and make sure. It looks like the screen is shared and you can hear me, right? We good?
Everything's good. Yep.
Okay, awesome. So I just first wanted to open, for those that don't know me, my name is AJ Straight. That is my pen name. That is the name I decided to go with when it came to just kind of writing books. And once again, I do not write these to sell them. If any of you guys are interested in any of these books or all of them, just find a means to contact me and I will send them to you for free. This whole journey has just been amazing in the sense of, me making that decision like Rambo has, like you have, like the people that are in the chat. I'm making the decision to know more. And this is kind of my artistic / writing way of just documenting what I'm seeing. And it's just amazing how much it keeps moving on. So my point is, quick plug on myself. These are my books. I have 10 now. I'm working on the 11th. And I'll tell you right now, the title of that book will be The Eagle Has Landed. And it's going to essentially encapsulate all of this. It's still ongoing because we have to wait and see who's going to be the winner of the tournament. And what else is going to happen between now and the tournament, right? I mean, George Foreman died 2 days ago, and that's a big part of what's happening right now. So in other words, it never ends. It never ends. But what I'm doing is putting out just little like mini books of these little snapshots of things that we're seeing. And what has blown my mind and some of my followers is that, holy smokes, you look at the hand, for example, a lot of that had to do with Adam Sandler and Carl Weathers, Miss Apollo, the boxer. And right after I did a live stream with Sean on that, they announced the death of Joe Lafferty, who was another cast member of Happy Gilmore. And then right after that, they announced the release, or that they're going to work on a Happy Gilmore 2, which just so happens to have Travis Kelce. Like, he's like the other face in the movie. My point is, it goes back to what we said. Truth truly is stranger than fiction. And this is just kind of my way of showing people that. I explain myself in very thorough detail. I got the receipts, but I also understand that, you know, that this kind of knowledge, if you don't know about it and if you don't care about it, you do have to see the light in it. See how amazing it is. That's really what has always drawn me to it. It's like, this is the most amazing thing that no movie can ever entertain me more than this. In other words. So I just want to start there and just say the timing, Cody, I told you this. I built that Ball Don't Lie account, 5 years ago. It grew to 10,000 followers, and I never did the account to grow followers. It got to the 10,000, which was great. It was really cool to pool people together. And I don't do the books to sell them. It's just the fact that there are people out there attracted to the work. Unfortunately, that whole platform I built is gone. And the timing is amazing. Rambo, the last post, if you go to Ball Don't Lie, it's about Michael Jordan and LeVar Ball. This is what I'm talking about with like this organic side of what we're all going through. So I just think that's really funny. So with that, I'll jump into the presentation. Just keep me slow because there's a lot once again, but it's all very simple. It's all very simple. Sometimes it just needs to go slowly. So these are just screenshots of my books I have currently. I'm working on my 11th. Moving on, here we go. Last week, my theme was Cooper flag. It was just all about the flag. And one thing that Rambo really pointed out in that live that I hadn't thought much about, and it goes right into Batman, and how the whole March Madness, like all of college basketball does have a stem of Batman in it. But really the whole theme of the return. I was on, hey, isn't that crazy? Cooper flag, Donald Trump born on Flag Day, right? Started there. But the return, Rambo, you and I, thank you, Rambo, for making that quick little video that we shared to Winnable and to our community about how, that's why Duke was playing Mount St. Mary's in this tournament. Just go look it up. Duke faced Mount St. Mary's. It was the first game that Cooper Flag returned from injury. And Mount St. Mary's, the head coach just so happens to be named Donnie. And Donald Trump's mother's name is Mary. See how perfect that is? How beautiful.
And his father's Christ.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the return, right? Exactly. Fred Trump. There's more to it, right? It goes back to the 161. That game was played 161 days after Fred Trump's birthday. And it just so happens to be the 16 seed Mount St. Mary's playing the 1 seed. Exactly 161 days after Fred Christ Trump's birthday. It's beautiful. Like, how does it get more perfect than that, you know? So, I just, once again, I don't want to hijack this and turn this into a 45-minute lecture. But yeah, if you guys have anything else you want to share as of now, please do. And then I'll keep going.
No, you can go ahead.
So, all right, next one. So we talked about the return, you guys, the return. Last week was about the flag. This week, it's about the return. It's about the resurrection. It's about the reincarnation, the phoenix, the rise and the fall. Before Flag's injury, you guys, for those of you that don't follow college sports, I get it. Cooper Flagg was perfectly healthy, and they were already talking about the possibility of Cooper Flagg returning to Duke next year, meaning, hey, imagine you're Cooper Flagg. He is the projected #1 overall pick of the draft. You got millions of dollars sitting right there. Everybody wants you. And the mainstream is saying that Cooper said that he's considering coming back. He's going to return no matter what, right? And that's before the injury. So then the injury happens. And then now you have like 3 return narratives with Cooper. Is Cooper Flagg going to return back to Duke next year? That's one question. Is now that he's injured, is Cooper Flagg going to return this season? See what I'm saying? So like they're doubling down on this return narrative in the exact same time as we speak that Donald Trump, born on Flag Day, has returned. Right? So once again, shout out to you, Rambo. Like the whole return thing really elevated the path I'm on right now. So I really appreciate that. I just got to emphasize the return connection. So when we look at the next slide here, when we talk about when Flagg actually returned, the date of the game that he returned and played the game against Mount St. Mary's, against Donnie, against the head coach Donnie, who coaches Mary, and Donnie's mommy is Mary. See what I'm saying? It's that simple, you guys. But when you dive into the numbers and you look at how many days was it since Cooper Flagg's birthday, and once again, Cooper Flagg born on the same day as Samuel L. Jackson, who played Uncle Sam in the Super Bowl, Cooper DeJean. We'll go back to that. But it was 90 days after his birthday when he returned. American flag, simplest cipher. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, added up, 90. Run it in reverse, it's Cooper. Okay? Here, I'm going to really punch this one home. This is a massive shout out to Sean Desad. I mean, the moment I met him, I was like, this guy gets it, but he gets it way more than I do. I mean, Sean's just a brilliant mind. When I started sharing some of this stuff with him, I'm not joking, within minutes, just in talking with him, he found this, and this is the cement around all of this. If there's not anything else I've shared in this, live and or last week, this will do it. We're talking about Cooper Flagg and Donald Trump, born on Flag Day. Okay? Just a reminder. What are the odds? What are the odds that you measure from the date that the United States was founded to the date that Cooper Flagg was born? It is exactly 12,025 weeks. 12025. Donald Trump just returned, just like Cooper Flagg just returned. And you measure from the founding date of America, and you get to that 12025 on the nose, not one day to spare. And Donald Trump returned on 12025 when you break down the date of the inauguration. I really did want to get just some feedback from you guys on that, because when Sean shared that with me, that was another one of those like I can't breathe moments, pun intended. I was floored when Sean shared this with me.
You know what? Sean shared that with me just 2 nights ago, and I knew he'd probably already shared it.
Because him and I were talking, and he was just kind of looking. He's taking his tools and he's looking at what I'm showing, and then he threw that at me, and I was like,
I mean, I want to give a shout out to my chat real fast. Can I get some mind blowns in the chat, guys? I always ask people when I get a mind blowing connection, I always say, "Can I get some mind blowns in the chat, everyone?" Because
can we get some flames or burning flag emojis or something going on? I mean, this is the kind of stuff where it's like, dude, it does not get more airtight than this.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that Sean finds on the daily.
He found it within minutes of us talking. He was like, "Oh, have you ever measured from Flagg's birthday to the founding date of the United States?" I was like, "No, I haven't gotten there yet." He goes, "Oh, well, there just so happens to be arguably the biggest thing to just show how perfect this is."
I do have something to maybe add to this that's a bit interesting. This isn't as good as what Sean did, but I'm going to take the screen back real fast because I have it up on the screen.
Yeah, of course.
So if you go, because we're talking about Cooper Flagg, and because we're talking about, let me see if I can just pull it up. Hold on. Whoops. 1 second. So because we're talking about the return, right? So I started thinking, we're talking about the Pluto return that supposedly fell on the exact day of Trump's birthday or Flag Day last year, June 14, 2024. If you actually measure by the days, it was, I can't remember the exact days now, but if you actually
90,560.
That's what it was. So that landed on Trump's actual birthday. That was the Pluto return if you measure in the days, right? So I find it super interesting that if you measure from Cooper Flagg's birth to that day, you get something very close to the year 1776. You get 17 and you get 17.6. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think this guy's definitely coded in multiple ways. Sean's find actually blew my mind, right? But thank you to everyone.
Cody, my 2 cents, that's why Paul George was shut down for the season. He's a star player for the Philadelphia 76ers on the 76th day of the year. The 76ers shut down Paul George Washington.
Right, yeah. And then we just had all this stuff with George Floyd. I always want to say George Floyd, but George Foreman dying at 76. He had 76 wins. His last match was the whole thing with that I thought was like super John F. Kennedy assassination riddle, because his last fight was in Trump's Taj Mahal on the anniversary of JFK's assassination. And of course, JFK assassination equals 11/22 in Sumerian. And then, there's a bunch of that, but the whole George Foreman thing was all about the 76, right? We just had all that. Then we just had the 76, as Rambo or somebody pointed out in the beginning of the stream, the total score was 76-81. I think that was you, AJ, wasn't it? So
Joey did that.
Oh, Joey. It was Joey. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's wild with this Cooper Flagg. And to be honest, I haven't had any more time to look into him, but I mean, what Sean found there and what you found so far about it is dead on, right? Dead on. So, and that right there proves it too. What you said, the 12/20. Yeah, that's the date of the inauguration.
Yeah, like I said, it's airtight. There's not a single day to spare. So, I mean,
Right.
anybody that even wants to try to make an argument that this is just a coincidence, the first thing I would say is, okay, show me how this is a coincidence. And I mean, calculate. I want you to show me the calculation to show me that this is just another coinky dink. You know what I mean? It's so perfect. So yeah, moving on. Let's see, next one. So I'm going to share with you guys a few things. Just a recap, right? We talked about Cooper Flag and the whole Super Bowl halftime show. And shame on me. I mean, I did see this scene where the flag was behind Kendrick Lamar. I just forgot about it. So shout out to Rambo and Donut for reminding me. With everything I was already on about the flag, it was like, dude, the Kendrick Lamar was surrounded by the flag as this is happening. I'll point this out right now when we're talking about looking at teams. I'm just real time talking about what I'm looking at. He's wearing a Florida, Florida. He's wearing Florida on his chest. I did mention how Florida is connected to Trump because of the Mar-a-Lago stuff. There's a lot with that. And once again, shout out to Adam the Illusion. I don't want to, get his word out, but he loves Florida for his own reasons, and it's strong for sure. So Adam might be onto something with Florida, but it's so obvious. It just ties right back into flag and Trump, right? Florida, Mar-a-Lago, all that stuff. My whole thing from the beginning was about Cooper DeJean. Cooper DeJean, once again, had that pick six right before this show. Then we see Sam Jackson playing Uncle Sam. And Sam Jackson has the same birthday as Cooper Flag. And if you look more into the history of Uncle Sam, the artist who created the whole image of Uncle Sam, right? I want you, pointing at you, is James Flag. Spelt with two G's, Cody. Spelled with two G's, not just one, but two. So Uncle Sam was created by James Flag. Now you got Sam Jackson with the same birthday as Cooper Flag, spelt with two G's. See what I mean? Like, what? It's right there. And then there's a lot to be said about Kendrick Lamar. And this is another shout out to Rambo, where he's talked a lot about this whole beef with Kendrick Lamar and Drake. And it ties right back into the Hanged Man, how Drake was in the Land Down Under on Michael Jordan's birthday, etc. But Rambo said, look out for Drake. And what happened? Drake was essentially the first upset of the college basketball tournament. So I'll pause there for a sec.
Could I say something about Drake and his influence?
Of course. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, right? I want to revisit what we talked about last week so we can keep building on it.
I don't know if I even mentioned this week. So the Ultimate Drake team, and on a few lines, you can look up images. The Ultimate Drake team is actually Kentucky. So Drake is not only a Kentucky fan. He says he is. I mean, who knows if he really is. They have him in team meetings. They have him basically do everything with the University of Kentucky team except practice and play. He warms up with the team. You guys look for clips of this. He's dressed up like a player, Drake, with the University of Kentucky. He's sitting on their bench. He's in the warm-ups and he's in team meetings. So he's I don't know if this is organic or not. I mean, but whatever reason, Drake is they've formed this partnership, kind of like celebrity. How they do celebrity matchups. They bring in the the entertainment industry and mix it with sports, that kind of thing. So they've done that with Drake in Kentucky. So if Drake is a clue of some kind to this tournament, yeah. So Drake, yeah, that kind of gave you an indication that okay, there could be something there. Then Kentucky is the team that is directly associated with Drake.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I guess that segues into my next slide here, right? So we were talking about this whole beef stuff with Kendrick Lamar. I now just saw myself the Florida alignment. I haven't looked at it. And quite frankly, with what I've found, I can't get off of, I'll just give it right now. I can't get off of Duke and Auburn in the finals. But Florida, boom, right there. Florida, you got to look out for. And once again, shout out Adam the Illusion for a lot of his notes. This whole thing, like, just to show you guys how, whether you like basketball, whether you like football, whether you like rap or hip hop or whatever, it's all intertwined, and it's just incredible. So I shared this image because I stumbled upon this funny little AI image with Patrick Mahomes being sad because he didn't three-peat in the Super Bowl, and Drake being sad because he got dunked on in the halftime show. You blink and fast forward a couple weeks, what was it? So February 9th was the Super Bowl. Tournament starts in March. So flash forward a month after, now you got Drake with the big upset that Rambo touched on, and they just so happen to be playing Patrick Mahomes' alma mater. And by the way, for those of you guys that don't know, I didn't even know this. The big running talk after the Super Bowl, the biggest one was, who was the biggest loser of the Super Bowl? Was it Patrick Mahomes for not three-peating, or was it because of Drake and Kendrick Lamar taking a shot at him? And then sure enough, Drake versus T-Tech. It's right there. The odds of Drake meeting up with Texas Tech before this game, once again, talk about value, right? You guys still with me? We good?
Yeah.
Is Cody here? Where's he at? I thought he was here.
No, I know these are good points. These are good connections.
Where'd Cody go?
Yeah, maybe he's a bathroom break or to get something to eat.
No worries. So yeah, I'll just keep going. So touch on that, right? Just we're looking at the games that transpired over the last week from the last time you and I spoke. One thing, Rambo, I texted you about this. It goes back to the return or the reincarnation, the resurrection, right? However you want to phrase it. I looked into the song, Not Like Us. They not like us. They not like us, right? And him, doing his little smirk, walking away. I started to look into that song a little bit more. And right off the bat, right, just the wordplay, they not like us, U.S., United States. So there's that. But here's what blew my mind, Rambo. If you go back and watch the actual music video of this song, the official music video, the very first words that come out of Kendrick Lamar's mouth is, I am reincarnated.
I actually put that in my video.
Awesome.
The Great American Game. He that's how he started his performance at the halftime show.
Did he say that at the halftime show?
Yeah, reincarnated. I actually highlighted it in my Great American Game.
Beautiful.
I showed where he said you put the caption on the YouTube video of the halftime show.
Yeah.
The caption it shows, he says reincarnated, and I explained that's the return symbol.
And what blows my mind, Rambo, about all this, look, watch. If I go to Not Like Us lyrics, right? If you pull it up and you just look at what the official lyrics are.
Yeah, because he did say it at the Super Bowl, though, reincarnated.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out that for him to say I am reincarnated in that video, and it's not even an official lyric, because there's other like words and stuff spoken before he raps. I am reincarnated is not anywhere to be found when it comes to like the official lyrics. Oh my God, there's chubs in this too. They tell me chub's the only one that get me hand-me-downs. Oh my God, man. Jeez Louise. My whole book, The Hand, is about Carl Weathers, who played Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. And in this line alone, they tell me Chubb's the only one that get your hand-me-downs. Oh my God, Rambo. Whoa. Sorry. This is just an example of what I see real time. So anyways, I just want to emphasize, it doesn't say anything about I am reincarnated as an official lyric in this song, but that is the first words that come out of his mouth. Sorry, let me get this back up here. In the video. Right? So once again, this ties right into the whole flag burning connection. And this really steered me more towards just the burning resurrection stuff. So shout out to Ricky on Instagram. She's very kind and a brilliant mind, just like you. She, after watching that live last week, she shared an article with me about the 6 championship banners in the United Center. United with a big connection with airlines and the patriotism. All of a sudden now we have Michael Jordan's banners burning in the United Center. And that was back on March 8th. So I shared this with Joey, and he was like, how is this not a bigger story? Like, most people don't even know about this. And yet here it is. This wasn't something that happened years ago. This happened, what, a week before you and I, did our live at Donut. Isn't that nuts?
Did they actually catch fire, or just like sparks hit them?
They did, yeah. I don't want to
caught fire, yeah.
Yes, they did. Well, at least in the videos that I was looking at. Yeah, just do a quick search. Chicago Bulls banners burning, and it burned in their own arena, right? At the United Center, right? And let's not forget everything that that Rambo was talking about with Michael Jordan. But the United Center, like United Airlines, right? So this is what I'm talking about, where Rambo and I last week were on the same wavelength, of course. We were just talking about 2 different main themes. And this is a perfect example of how these 2 different themes are coming to a perfect head. It's coming into a collision, Rambo, in line with the whole collision theme, right? This whole plane into helicopters and all that stuff. So we have this. Are you kidding me? Now we got Michael Jordan's banners burning in the United Center. Okay. That was huge to me, to kind of show like how incredible this information is and how it just keeps happening and lining up perfectly. Anything else you want to add, Rambo?
No.
If not, that's cool. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, carry on, yeah.
So the next one is Carter Bryant. For those of you guys that don't know, this is another example of how I'm seeing this play out in my own personal life. I went to the University of Arizona. Arizona. I wouldn't expect people to know this, but like if I just type in Arizona right there, nice. If you spell it with air, Arizona basketball, Arizona. It's just a play on words, you guys. Yeah, not the best opportunity to show, but anyway, just think about that play on words, Arizona. Now we're looking at a player who's a freshman for Arizona, and his name is Carter Bryant. With everything we've been talking about with Kobe Bryant dying in a helicopter crash, we touched briefly on Vince Carter, Jimmy Carter, who died recently, right? The helicopter tweet, the date that they're playing Washington Commanders. This is just another little page that was always sitting there. Like I've been aware of this kid, Carter Bryant. I always thought it was kind of funny, but he has been red hot, if you will, in this opening round of the tournament. And it just makes a lot of sense in light with everything we're talking about. Why Carter Bryant besides the Bryant part? Let's not forget, shout out Joey. The reason why Joey really liked North Carolina was because of this exact alignment. Going back to Rambo's emphasis about the upside down plane crash, the 48-19. Rambo, keep me honest here. Was that a plane? I believe it wasn't an Air Canada plane, but
the flip?
Go ahead.
The one that flipped, are you saying?
Yeah, the one that flipped. Was it
a Delta?
It was a Delta flight, yeah. But they keep showing this thumbnail, of Air Canada in the background. And once again, you guys, this thumbnail, if you guys don't know, Michael Jordan, one of his nicknames is Air Jordan, right? And this is going back to Carter Bryant of Arizona. Vince Carter, he was a North Carolina Tar Heel. His nickname is Air Canada. Michael Jordan went to North Carolina. So that's just kind of sprinkling on why we were keeping our eye on North Carolina. It would have made a lot of sense if they kept going, but the fact that they were in the tournament alone, that in and of itself is ritual. But here's the other part, you guys. Besides the Vince Carter, Michael Jordan stuff, Vince Carter was born on January 26th. The 1977 thing is a whole other conversation. We know how important that is. But Vince Carter, Mr. Air Canada, has the same birthday as the date that Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash. Right? Absolutely amazing. Plowing through the rest of these, because I do have a hard stop in about 20 minutes. Talking about staying on the conversation of Arizona, I want to point out two other things. And Shame on me. I've been staying away from Arizona as far as looking at them, just because that's where I went to school. So I try to keep any bias, like you said, out of the equation. But now that they're in the Sweet 16, you can't not see it. You can't not pay attention to it. So what are the odds, talking about North Carolina? The face of Arizona in this moment is Caleb Love. Caleb Love transferred to Arizona from, I'll give you one guess what school he came from. It's North Carolina. So he was a Tar Heel. What are the odds that the state of Arizona was founded on Valentine's Day? And now you have Caleb Love, the face of Arizona, founded on Valentine's Day. How perfect. I just included this little screenshot on the right. What are the odds too? Now, while Arizona advances to the Sweet 16, now we have the death of Mia Love, the first Black Republican Congresswoman. She dies after a cancer battle. I don't have anything else about that, but this is just another example of, one of the more recent news headlines about a death. And it just so happens to be Mia Love, the same time that Love of Arizona, founded on Valentine's Day, advances to the Sweet 16. Next one. This all ties right back to the main theme, right? The whole American Eagle crashing into the Black Hawk helicopter. And then after that, you had the upside down plane crash. In the opening game, for those of you guys that don't know, there's 68 teams in the tournament, but before the tournament officially starts, there are 4 play-in games. And you had American University, whose mascot is the Eagle, playing Mount St. Mary's. And we talked a little bit earlier about that. Why Mount St. Mary's? Because Donnie is the head coach and he coaches Mary, and Donnie's mommy is Mary. So American plays Mount St. Mary's, and what happened? What happened before halftime? American's best player by far goes down with a leg injury. Just like Cooper Flagg. Once again, the American Eagle is what plunged into the Potomac River on January 29th because it smashed into a Black Hawk helicopter. Then I just zoomed in on the name. What's the name of this player? It's Rodgers, right? Immediately, I was like, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers went down with a very, very poorly acted injury on September 11th, 2023 with the New York Jets. So I was like, oh, Rodgers goes down with a leg injury. Aaron Rodgers goes down with a leg injury. This is another shout out to Sean. This is how brilliant he is. What I did was I was like, I'm going to measure the date from the date of this injury, the opening play-in game, the American Eagle, Rodgers of the American Eagles, goes down with a leg injury. How many days was that since Aaron Rodgers went down with a leg injury of the New York Jets? It was exactly 555 days. And I asked Sean, I said, hey, 555, what is it about 555? And within minutes, he texted me this. The Washington Monument stands at exactly 555 feet tall. That's why the 555. And once again, you guys, this is all what happened just this past week. So none of this stuff that I'm really sharing at this moment even happened yet since Rambo and I spoke last. Here's the last thing I'll say. Circling back to Arizona, what are the odds that Arizona played Akron in the opening round of this tournament? Once again, there are 68 teams, 2 out of 68. You know, I mean, the odds of matching these two teams up. My point is I'm sorry, you guys. For those of you guys that don't know, this is Bryce James. Bryce James is the younger brother to Bronny James, right? The son that is now playing with LeBron, the king. And Bryce James, a few months ago, committed to Arizona. And then now it just so happens a couple months later, when the tournament unfolds, that Arizona just so happens to be matched up against Akron, which is where LeBron James is from, and Steph Curry. We've talked a little bit about how Curry's very much involved with this too, but point being, I could even slash that out. LeBron James is from Akron. His son commits to Arizona, and then now Arizona is playing Akron in the opening round. The last thing I'm going to add is that when we talk about Carter Bryant, he wears number 9, which is what Bronny wears for the Lakers. So there's got to be this connection with Bronny James wearing 9, Carter Bryant wearing 9, playing for the team that Bryce just committed to. You see what I'm saying? And 9 being the number of completion. That's essentially where I'm at in my research. But just mind-blowing, in my opinion. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
Yes. Those first round matchups, there was a lot of ritual, clearly, and symbolism involved in at least the first round matchups. Absolutely.
If you don't mind me asking, Rambo, with this whole, everything we're talking about, the resurrection, the Father, Son, Trinity, Holy Spirit, there's also this brother, alignment I'm seeing with Bryce James, the brother of Bronny James, who wears number 9. And Carter Bryant of Arizona, founded on Valentine's Day, love, headlined, the school Arizona right now is headlined by Caleb Love. And essentially, where's Kobe from? The city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, right? It just goes right back to the flag. I don't think it's a coincidence that Arizona has the same colors as the flag, red, white, and blue, right? Just wanted to pick your brain on that really quick.
Where is the original Philadelphia city of brotherly love, which Philadelphia in the United States is named after? And it's mentioned in the Bible.
Oh, well, I know about the Church of Philadelphia.
Right, yeah, and where is that? That's in the Middle East. And what is that city called today? It Jordan. Is exactly. It's back to Jordan. It's Amman, Jordan. It all seems to go back to Jordan. So right. The city of Amman, Jordan, it wasn't called Amman, Jordan back then. It was called Philadelphia. And it's the city of brotherly love. That title, I think the Greeks gave it that title. that's what the United States adopted for its city. It is that Middle Eastern city with biblical history, and it goes back to Jordan. Remember how I said the Jordanian Independence Day is May 25th? That's the day of George Floyd death on Chicago Avenue. Yeah, it does. It goes back to Jordan. But another thing with Jordan, so Air Jordan, it's supposed to sound like an airline, Air Jordan. You'd think like Air Canada, so the Canadian national airline is Air Canada. You'd think the Jordanian national airline sounds like Air Jordan. That's kind of what it sounds like. So I wonder what do they call it? Theirs is called Royal Jordanian. You think it might be called Air Jordan, but no, it's called Royal Jordanian. And Royal Jordanian was founded on December 9th. Air Jordan was first released on November 17th. They like the number 17. That span of days is 23 days. So Air Jordan was released a span of 23 days from the founding of Royal Jordanian Airlines. But I just say, I mentioned all that just to mention through Philadelphia, it takes you back to Jordan because that is the original Philadelphia.
I really appreciate that. And just a reminder, you guys, I don't want to cut it short. I would love to stick, but I got about 10 minutes left. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting about Caleb Love transferred from North Carolina, of all teams, that Michael Jordan and Vince Carter, aka Air Canada, played for. He transfers to Air Arizona, right? And he's playing alongside Carter Bryant. And then Bryant with the Philadelphia stuff, we don't need to, revisit all of that. It's like, that's what I mean by it's so simple, but it's a lot kind of crunched into a sandwich, but it's like, it's all right there. It's so simple. And it's so perfect. Right? What are the odds? What are the odds? Right?
I think what some people may be wondering, and maybe this is just for your paid service, is how this ties into a possible pick or prediction. I imagine that's what people would want to know.
Yeah, well, knowledge is power and knowledge is valuable. And at the end of the day, right, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. It goes back to, the stuff that Joey and I do. We do monetize it, but we monetize it because those people do see the value in what we bring. And you know what? Gambling is gambling. It's a gamble. But if you have this knowledge to go with it, outside of what the mainstream is telling you, then you can use that to your advantage, right? So that's why Joey and I are very passionate. We've had a lot of success with our Winnable page, is that we're bringing things to the table in the world of sports betting that nobody else is doing. We've literally talked to Winnable, the people who've created Winnable. Nobody is doing what we're doing as far as what we're sharing. People are looking at pattern recognition, which is important, but a lot of the feedback, people charging way more than we do, providing insight about, well, Nikola Jokic, he's a beast, and there's no way he's not going to get over 20 points tonight with his matchup, just because they look at it literally. And there is an aspect of that. There is a talent thing you need to consider, but no one's doing what we're doing over there. And, the people that pay for our service, that they see the value in it. So, but yeah, it just kind of stems back to this whole, there's a love connection. There's a resurrection thing going on. Love, Caleb Love playing alongside Carter Bryant wearing the Air Arizona jersey. right now. And guess who they're playing next? Guess who their next game is?
Arizona.
Yeah.
No, who is that?
Duke and Cooper Flag. Here we go, right? Like it's just showing how every team that any team are matching up. Every single time you see a team matching up, it's because of a more esoteric meaning. So of course now we have Cooper Flag playing against Arizona, headlined by Caleb Love and Carter Bryant. You know, city of brotherly love, home of the flag. Now, the last thing I'm going to say before I sign off, and Cody, I was telling you about this earlier. There's one other team, and I'm just going to give this pick out for free, you guys. My pick is the Auburn Tigers are going to face Cooper Flag in the championship. And the reason I say that is for two reasons. First one being the most obvious one. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to blow it up. Auburn. There's a reason why I put this hat on today. It says Malibu. You guys might remember Malibu was burning not too long ago. And before that, it was Maui, right? That was burning. But look at this, you guys. Look at the AU before burn. AU burn.
Your screen, I can't see. I don't know if your screen is. Are you sharing something on your screen?
Yeah, it says I'm sharing. You don't see it?
I can see it.
Oh, for some reason I only see the. I don't know. It's weird. I see your old presentation, like where I see this. I don't know. I don't know why it's only me. I don't know if everyone else is seeing it or not. Anyway, I'm not. I'm just seeing the slideshow that you had up.
It's all good. I mean, Rambo, you can see it, right?
Yeah, it has. I guess LeBron James' son with these other two people, right?
Oh, okay. So it is frozen then. I don't know exactly what I did wrong. Let me just do this. Since this is my last really talking point, I'm just going to click stop sharing. And Cody, can you maybe just share your screen just to make sure you're back in the driver's seat? There we go. Perfect. Yeah, so I'm seeing Golden Gate on the Dramatrinator.
Yeah,
Cody,
that's on mine.
Cody, you and I talked about this. The last thing I'm going to leave you guys with, besides the new love findings, brotherly love, in line with everything else, is this alchemy alignment. And I say that because think about just the name Cooper. Once again, it's always so right in front of your face. Cooper. What does that sound like? Copper. It's one letter off from copper. Cooper, copper. Okay. One thing I did not emphasize when I presented the story about Michael Jordan's banners burning at the United Center was that was a heavy metal concert. It was a heavy metal concert. And the headliner was Disturbed. That was the name of the band. But the band that played prior was 3 Days Grace. So 3 Days Grace performed right before the Jordan flags burned at the United Center. And that ties right into everything we're talking about, the rise, the return of Jesus, right? Good Friday, he was dead for 3 days and then he returned, right? So, but yeah, hey, Cody, if you don't mind, back to the alchemy piece. For any of you guys out there that want to try to make a couple extra bucks, don't ever bet the house on anything. Just look at Auburn and Duke. I see Auburn playing Duke in the final, and I say that because it looks like this is a flag burning resurrection ritual that's coming to a head. And what's funny is that it's going to be no surprise to anybody, because Auburn and Duke are both number 1 seeds, right? So if Auburn does end up playing Duke, everyone's going to go, oh, well, yeah, I mean, they were the top favorites, so it makes sense, you know? But what I'm trying to explain to you is that if this happens, this is why it's happening in the way I'm looking at things. And yeah, Cody, so AU, right? Auburn, besides the obvious, burn. Rambo, don't forget about what happened to Auburn last year on 3-2-2.
Also, and that's the pattern that's happened in the past.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. A team that gets big upset, they come back and they're at least in the title game from what I've been seeing. Look at Purdue. Purdue was the second number 1 seed to ever lose to a 16 seed. The following year, which was last year, they're in the title game. They didn't win, but they made it all the way to the final game. Look at the first time that a 1 seed dropped to a 16 seed. That was, we were talking about this game, Virginia, the Virginia Cavaliers. They lost, and they came back and won the whole damn thing the next year. And short story about that, when I was living in Southern California, I was at a working corporate event at, what's it called? The Honda Center. It's in Anaheim. And it was for a March Madness game. I think it was like the second round or something. And part of the corporate event, they had prior champions, like college players that were there for a meet and greet. And Ralph Sampson was there. And this was right at, you know, obviously a year before the Virginia Cavaliers lost. For the first time ever as a 1 seed, right? It was a time where Virginia is very embarrassed. And, you know, I got a little photo with him. And the only thing I said to him was, hey, so, you know, sorry about your Cavaliers or whatever. I said something about that. And he goes, we're getting it next year. Or we're getting it this year, meaning the tournament is just starting, and that's all he had to say. And sure enough, they won the whole damn thing. I just thought that was surreal. But the last thing is AU, Auburn, right? AU. What is AU on the periodic table? It's gold. It's gold. So if you just search, you know, AU periodic table, boom, you'll see that AU.
You know what's interesting about that too? I just noticed that they play at Jordan Hare Stadium, and that's on Donahue Street. So we have Don again, and we have Jordan again, and the coach's name is Freeze. So you have Freeze and Burn. A lot of people theorize that there will eventually be a banking freeze, which will cause them to go to digital currency. So that's interesting.
Yeah,
because I really think this is all. I really think this is really all about currency. I think because there's a theory called ICE 9. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It means that there's going to be a time where the banks are going to freeze and you're not going to be able to go get your money anymore. They're going to tell you, no, you can't. We don't have any money. And they call this the ICE 9 banking freeze. And I find it super interesting that, and we're talking about gold, which used to be the old money. And the Super Bowl, a lot of people, I don't know how many people knew this, but the Super Bowl was super connected to gold pieces because this year we had the Chiefs and the Eagles. And in 1933, it was people were made to turn in their gold. Well, the Eagles were founded in 1933, the Philadelphia Eagles. And the gold pieces that had the eagle on one side and the chief on the other were discontinued in 1933. So this all gold thing that you're speaking, I think would be, if it does play out like that, it would be a carryover from that gold centric thing of the Super Bowl, because again, those pieces with the chief and the eagle were discontinued in 1933. That's the year they turned in the gold. Trump has been declaring a golden age. And the digital currency is Trump being a crypto president, and he just declared that Bitcoin would be a national strategic reserve. And he had come out and said that there would be other cryptocurrencies that would be strategic reserves. But the other cryptocurrency to watch out for is XRP, because XRP had been in a legal battle for a total of 1,549 days with the SEC. Right before Trump left office, the SEC sued Ripple, the XRP cryptocurrency company, for selling illegal securities. But everyone knew it was just a scam, because at the end of the day, they ended up getting off with nothing. But this case took literally 1,549 days to basically play out exactly how we knew it would play out. But the gist of this is
to me the whole, I think, and I'll end with this. The AU in front of Burn was what sealed it for me. Auburn versus Cooper and the flag with Duke. It makes too much sense. I can't guarantee anything, but that's where I'm at. Obviously, Adam the Illusion is on Florida, and rightfully so. There's a very strong narrative there, but that's where I'm leaning as far as the final matchup. And it really, what solidified it was that AU connection, the AU gold connection. If you guys look up Cooper Flag, he wore number 32 in high school. We talked about this last week. America equals 32. I'll predict this. If you guys can find a bet of what number Cooper Flag is going to wear in college, take number 32.
Oh, you mean in the NBA?
In the NBA, yes. When he does get drafted, whenever that happens, if you can find a pick on what number he's going to wear, it's going to be 32, in my opinion. But yeah, this whole gold currency thing, Cody, you're all over that, man. Spot on. I mean, just look back to the rising of the Phoenix with the gold coin on its chest, standing over burning dollar bills. Donald Trump, the return, like this whole community, all of us included, we've been talking about this like Phoenix resurrection thing for several years. And I think that this is kind of that moment of where all this sports and stuff is really showing where this resurrection, the return narrative is coming from. And that is fully Rambo pointing out the return narrative. So, and then lastly, I just looked at like, oh, it's a heavy metal concert, burns down the flags of Michael Jordan's Chicago Bulls, Chicago Blackhawks helicopter. We talked about that, but it was a heavy metal concert. And then you have Cooper Copper Gold. You know what I mean?
So I found it very interesting too that they play at Jordan Hare also, going with the burning the Jordan banners going down, right? So
that's unbelievable, Cody. I did not know that. Auburn's home stadium is Jordan Hare.
88,000 capacity even.
Dude, my God, man, this is what I'm talking about. That's why it's so great to connect with folks that are at least, on the same wavelength.
And, I've been on this gold thing for a while too, because again, everything with Trump in the last couple of years has been, the reason I mentioned the cryptocurrency and XRP is because XRP has been considered the new digital gold. People have the theory, the Riddlers have a theory that they're going to use it to transact the banks and all that stuff. And Bitcoin's also part of that. But one thing I want to mention is that the lawsuit that's been going on just ended on 3/19 for XRP after 244 prime days. It was a huge Knights Templar riddle because poor lonely fellows, or whatever their full name is in the Knights, I can never remember the full name, but it equals 244. The case lasted 244 prime days. The lawyer for the main defendant was Matthew Solomon, which equals Solomon's Temple in all ciphers. But the reason it ended on 3/19, which I found interesting, is because 3/19 is actually the number of Prince in his album called The Gold Experience. And a song on that album is called 3/19. And remember, Prince died 319 days after his birthday. and he had the song 319. He was also in
And,
his
and
three,
hey, really quick, just to chime in with what Rambo's been pointing out about George Floyd. Who killed George Floyd? I'm blanking on his name. What was the guy? The guy who was kneeling
Derek
on
Chauvin.
His birthday is
Chauvin.
3/19. His birthday is March 19th.
Yeah, it's Andy Reid's birthday too.
There you go.
Whatever that's, yeah.
Right, and so the another thing about that is the what was I going to say? 319.
Hey, I'm gonna cut it here, you guys. I'm so sorry to do this. I try to give a warning,
Right, no
but I do have to drop off. I just want to close by saying thank you so much, Cody, for allowing me to be on your platform and share what I have to, share to the world. You're very supportive. I admire your work greatly, so I'm very thankful to be connected with you, Rambo. I tell you every day how much I adore you, and I'm just thankful that I put this on you kind of last minute, and I appreciate you making yourself available. It's been a true blessing. Shout out Joey and what we're doing over at Winnable. The links are below, and Cody, we'll all connect very soon. But just thank you again.
Like I said, I want to do this again eventually, and whenever you guys are able to do it, I want to thank both of you and Joey as well for again making this able to happen. And it's a blessing. I feel very blessed to have the community, the channel, the people to connect with. It's a blessing. Every day I wake up and feel very grateful. So
it really is. As long as you'll have me again, this won't be the last time that we do this.
Oh, no,
really
not
excited.
the last time. Not the last time for sure. We're just getting started here. So I mean, and your channel on YouTube is your channel on YouTube hopefully is gonna grow from this, and we'll get some people over to there, and you'll start making videos, and then eventually you'll have a channel that's kicking and burning in all kinds of different things. Because I mean, I know that people are gonna want to catch your channel too after seeing this, and I don't know when we'll do it again, but definitely planning for another one soon. So.
Yeah, likewise, thanks, AJ, I got on here through AJ, but like I said, I've been barraged by requests by my patrons. Like, you have to get on with Cody. So it's great that it finally happened. And yes, I absolutely look forward to doing it again in the future. This was pretty epic. I didn't think it would go this long, but
yeah, and hey, I don't want you guys to cut it off. I'm just saying I got a jam, and this won't be the last time we catch up. I'm going to jump back on here just to catch up on what else you guys talk about, because I know there's always more. So
I mean,
how long has it been so far? 3 hours.
4 hours. I was gonna say. I mean, I think it's good to end it here. I'd love to chat with Rambo more, but I think we can save it for another stream because there's lots of other things we can talk about another day. So. And for me, it's already.
I feel bad if I'm the one that's the reason why we're cutting this off.
No, it's been 4 hours. I mean, how much longer? Realistically.
At some point, it's good to just stop, and then we can pick it up with fresh minds next time and find even better stuff. I think so.
Everything we've touched on, the vast majority was what we touched on a week ago to now. Like that's how often this content is out there, right? So that's why I'm saying like that there's never a dull moment when you have the eyes to see and having the drive to know, right? Just have the drive to know, and you don't even need to watch any of us because you're going to be amazed the more you know. So
I can say you're welcome to Coffee Girl.
Yeah, and Coffee Girl, she's she's always in here. She's an amazing supporter, and all these people in the chat right now, amazing supporters. I saw there was a bit of a scuffle in the chat, which just kind of made me laugh a bit, but can't avoid those with having probably we probably had a good 1,500 people cycle through here, I'd say by now.
Awesome.
So I suspected a bit of fighting, but there was a bit of a scuffle in there. But to all the people who joined, even the people that had a bit of a scuffle, I appreciate you all. And to you, Rambo and AJ, much love to you both. Look forward to another one.
Likewise, I appreciate both of you as well. Thanks for putting this together.
Yeah.
I'm looking
Thanks.
forward to the next one, you guys, for sure. Yeah, you know, the drama stuff, it goes back to what you were saying, Cody, and what I admire about you and Rambo, especially this line of work. You're going to get heat. There's going to be drama. You can't get away from it. But I admire that you guys rise above that. You guys are like, you know what? I don't have time for that, because let's focus on the information that we're pulling, not about who's the better coder, who this and who, you know, who has a better pick rate with sports. It's not about any.
I mean, let's be honest. Most of the world, the normies of the world, if you want to call them that, they're all on their path, of course, but most of the normies, they that's their world, is just drama between each other. I just prefer I prefer information and knowledge, and I'd rather have that shine than anything else.
You know what? On Winnable, I wouldn't have had that perfect, you know, day in the NHL without Rambo. You know, I leaned in on that and found something else, and we worked together, and there you go, right? So I can't do it alone. I know you guys can't either, and that's why we do this, right?
Yeah, that was epic for sure.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
awesome.
That was an epic thing. So.
Thank you again, Cody. Thank you, Rambo, for being here. I know a lot of people were jumping on here. Excited to see you, see your face, and I can't wait for the next one.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Same here. And thanks to everyone in the chat. We're going to wrap it up. God bless you all, and yeah, we'll see you guys. Right. See you guys next time.
All right, likewise. Take care. Have a good night.
Take care. Good night.